She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, come here, baby, take a little seat. Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace. She loves you well. It's muffin time, and I wanna Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a damn dar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the room gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town.
Okay. Let's check. Yo.
Blue.
Okay. I started Minecraft still. Making sure that I started up everything from stream. And it is later than I thought, but yeah, Karma hijacked me. He basically attacked me with that pumpkin so hard. Ooh. This music, okay. Yeah. Hey, Sel, how are you doing? How is Ripshit doing? How is Gray doing? Did you have a good day, Gray?
Be right back though.
Me? I'm about to go to bed, lol. Yeah. I think we're in the same time zone, right? So yeah, it's like 1:30. But it's too warm, and then I do sleep late, so more butt updates on my brain hurts good though. Oh why? What did you update this time? Alright, super warm. Yeah. I don't know, like are you okay with sleeping? Like I have trouble sleeping when it's so like warm. during the day, and now I enjoy like at night because then I can, I don't know, think I can function when it's a little cooler. So I would flip my schedule and then we flipped it again. But now it's like in between. I'm gonna try to not make it extremely late today. I'm gonna try. Cause yeah, it is way too fun. Play, oh, pick someone. Wanted to have a good night, Sel, and thank you for checking in here. I don't want this to update. I want this one, play. And let's move OBS there. My hair is like extremely curly mode now because of the weather as well. I woke up like this and mom was like, "Oh my god, what stuff did you use for your hair now?" I'm like, sweat. She just looked at me like, "Did you have to say that?" They're like, "Yeah, yeah, it's too warm." You'll add a patch note after the next bit compiles. Oh, okay, nice. We know every update. Have you been playing for long already, Gray? Why? Janet said Minecraft quit normally. Okay, 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 okay.
I was returned.
I all.
Like
I
a
was like,
while.
where'd you go? Checking if I want to put self promo somewhere. Mm. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Done sorting out. Have a great stream, and I'll see you around in the stream somewhere. All good. Have a great night. Let me give show some huggies. And if you talk to Bert, say I said hi. And have a good night. You. Yeah, I think if I do this one, no. Yes, will do. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Every time I move my thingies in a way that I don't want them to move, but it's yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Eh. The things
Mm,
didn't want to move like I wanted them to move, but we're good. We're good. Yeah. Just move Bendo a little bit up. Okay, okay. Multiplayer. Fresh. Yeah. No. Mm, mm. Hello. I mean, good morning. How you doing? Oh no, wait. Good night. Go to bed. Just go to bed right away. Good morning. Good night. Are you in your house or what you doing?
My house.
Like my cooler doesn't want to.
What's the matter?
Right. Fuck. Oh, just. Oh, yes. It's also not the greatest news, but the cooler is okay. I think maybe the power source is there. I need to fill it with water in a little bit. It's so warm, Gray.
The
Again, like every few days, it gets like kind of cold, and then after, it's just fucking heat waves to the max, and
Mhm.
the day is melting temperature. We had thunderstorms as well, but yeah, it was okay. I was scared because we were supposed to barbecue, and then the thunderstorm started when I still had to go to mom's. It was like fuck no, but we were okay. It was just like a really short one. Was okay.
Mhm.
But shut up. Lovely lurkers, thank you everyone for being here. We're doing more Pixelmon today. We have played a little of my favorite Dutch. Hey Milo, how are you tonight?
A Milo.
I saw Milo.
Meow.
Yeah, with the most naughty nickname in our server, I think.
Yep.
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 Is this a Rapidash? Yeah, it is. Oh, gonna try. Get in the ball. Do it. Yeah, we did play like yesterday, like on Mondays. It's she's just saying, yeah, yeah, sure. But how are you doing, Milo? Are you doing good? And for everyone, yeah, we started the Pixelmon on the long stream on Saturday in between League and Fortnite, and then we did play yesterday for
Stream.
I don't know how long,
A little while.
like in the morning for like 3 hours or something, and then at night again for I don't know, maybe 6 or 8. But yeah, it was good. It is addicting. Minecraft is too much fun. I've missed playing Minecraft. It's been a while.
I brought you back to the dark side.
Yeah. Well, I did stream Minecraft before, but that was like, last time might have been like in October or something. I have no idea, in November. You just woke up to a heavy storm? Oh, I hope you're good. Is it like a thunderstorm or like, yeah, stay safe. Unfortunate. And how was your barbecue? It was good. Like I was the grillmeister. Because my mom doesn't like to barbecue, but she just like to eat barbecue. So yeah, she was like, "Okay, do you want to come over so you can barbecue for me and my uncle?" Basically, like, Sure. Okay. Yeah, yeah. And I made veggie, sort of like veggie kebabs, like tempeh with veggies in between for myself. And I grilled, what's it called? Jalapeno burgers for mom and uncle. A nice glass of red wine, had some fries, had some bread, and some salads, had some fruit. Ate way too much. Then mom wanted to have like coffee, and she discovered that she didn't have any more coffee in the house, so I went on a supermarket trip. It was an
Yee.
interesting visit. Yeah, she was like, "Oh, do you want some coffee?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's good." She was like, "Oh, yeah, I don't have any beans." And I was like, "Oh, well, oh." But yeah, the supermarket is like 5 minutes drive away, and if I could do like buy the coffee beans, that I could also combine it with doing groceries for myself. So now I have like a half stocked fridge again as well. That's good. I'm happy. Yee. I would have just pulled up to eat. That's all. Yeah, well, that's her thing. So she's like, okay, here's the barbecue, here's the meat. I did all the groceries. Now, good luck. Okay. Thank you.
Vibe.
Yeah, I love coffee. Yeah, I used to drink coffee more often, but I am
I
starting
don't
to
drink
drink
coffee.
coffee.
Aren't
You
I
don't drink
weird?
coffee ever?
Nope.
Have you ever drank coffee or just never, never?
I mean, I've had a sip once or twice, but
Yeah, well, that's good. I prefer coffee over energy drinks. Yeah.
I just drink
Well,
water like a crazy person.
you're just healthy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what you
I'm an
drink?
American, so about how healthy can I get?
Yeah. Oh, I finally could catch a cow. Got in the ball cow.
A milk tank.
Yeah, that's been haunting me outside my house every time.
Mm.
Oh, it still doesn't. Oh my! It broke free from the quick ball. It's only a level 11. I caught a level 4G Rapidash with a quick ball, and this stupid cow. As soon as I attack it, it's dead. So we'll find another cow. It's fine. It's not dead. Oh, 5 string streak! You Milo. I appreciate you. I know you're not. Are you? Yeah, you're. Wait, wait, wait. I have a brain fart. Let me check something. One day I will desktop stream. Nice. Yeah, you're not streaming right now. Like maybe you wanted to go start streaming maybe one day. Do you want to give a shout out to someone? It's like a new thing. I like I've seen some streamers do that, and I'm like, yeah, that's a good one. Like if you're not a streamer, but you have like something like I don't know, like a stream streak or like a resubscription or whatever. You can give like a shout out to a streamer that you like if you want to. What?
Ooh.
Be right back. Okay, that's also good. Do whatever you need to do. Just you? Oh,
Shout out to Muffin guys.
yeah, I'm not gonna shout myself.
Shout out yourself on your own channel.
Well, we're already here, so that's it. Kind of defeats the purpose, no? Like if you're already here, I'm happy you're here. Does that count? Is that a sort of? No, yeah, yeah.
Ah,
Ah.
you make the rules.
Okay, this stupid
Well,
cow
you do
doesn't
that.
want to get caught like every time.
Hmm.
I feel like with this overlay, I am blocking. Like with battles and everything is okay. I am blocking a little bit of the UI during
little bit.
walking and stuff because you don't see like the party. I don't know if it matters, but the other UI you have Tiny Muffin. He murdered my Quilafa.
Not the Quilova.
That's what it means, stupid cow. Get in the ball. I only have 2 normal balls left. Get in. I beef
How'd you
with
already
the
go
cow.
through that many? Didn't I give you a bunch?
What? Yeah, no,
Didn't I give
the
you a
quick
bunch?
balls. I have like 60 quick balls still. I caught him.
Um,
Yeah, okay. But I wanted like I filled
you-
with the quick ball, so I was trying to catch him with just a normal ball.
No.
But he didn't want to go in. I only had 5, and it cost me like 4 normal balls and a quick ball. It was, but I still got the stupid cow now, so yeah, it did work out.
Yeah.
Oh. And I put my USB that I normally use to like charge my phone to the cooling fan, and it works. But I don't know if my like power outlet thingy just burned through or something. I hope not. I didn't want to turn on, but yeah, yeah, it's a tomorrow problem. Uh-uh. Okay, if you fill a quick ball and then you throw it after, it just doesn't have the special effect, but it does count like as a normal Pokeball or no? Do you know that?
What?
Like if you throw a quick ball and then you
Mhm.
fill and then you throw it again like not in the first turn, does it then just lose like the special bonus but has the same catch rate as a normal ball or no?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. That's fine. Oh god, not there. Keep falling in there. Whee! What is that? It's a little
What?
running beaver.
That's Patrat's evolved form, Watchog.
Oh, so if I catch him, I never have to train Pat because I don't like him.
Poor Patrat. He never gets any love, you know.
No, but I don't. He's
Mm.
no, I don't know. I can't help it. I just don't like his face. It's not his fault. Like, yeah. Hello, hi Joy. I still feel very silly for like matching up the names, and that's just because like yeah, I used to play Pokemon Yellow and Pokemon Red on my Game Boy when I was like a teeny tiny muffin. And my sister is
Exactly. You were
actually
teeny
called
tiny
like
muffin
sort of
time.
like not really Joy, but like a variation of that. So I always used to call her like Joy because that was like the short version of it. So and it was like really fun. And I was like Joy. wait, wait. But yeah, I still feel silly now for mixing them up. But it is what it is. Yup. I got another unstable egg. Okay. What is this? Inferium?
That's another mod.
Okay. Nope. I don't need my Poke deck. Wait times. Posted the patch note for the bot? Ooh. Where, in your server or where can I see that? Is it also in the logs? Oh, that's just the logs, no? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is a shit ton, and I will read through everything. Okay, that's a debug server, yeah. But you did a shit ton, okay, so a lot about music stuff. Card collection? You added card collection? Okay, what is the bot just gonna be like a super bot with a trillion superpowers or what kind of function did you give the bot now? That's insane. Started as just a rating bot. Will end as the bot that will take over Discord. Yep.
Probably.
You can now do card collections and everything. And yeah, and the music bot. Like if you can add like the standard stuff that most of the bots do, like the you say that brain fart.
Mhm.
Just the Discord maintenance stuff, like adding rules, saying welcome, that kind of stuff. I do want like a sort of AI that just asks basically like a daily question, like "How you doing?" like in the server, or like
Mhm.
replies. I've seen that at Pookies. That's fucking cool. There's like a little Pookie bot, It's just basically talking back to people in the meantime as well to keep it a little active. Still updating it, but the idea is every server can make their own collection. You can make your own collection that everyone. Oh my god, I can have muffin trading cards? Really? That's interesting. Yum, 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 yum. We continue. So far, we're basically just catching every starter Pokemon in the area and mirroring everything else. So we can level up our starter Pokemon with this. Well, now we already evolved to the second stage with Quilava. At what level did yours evolve to the next one again?
36.
Okay. Even added an auction house and wonder trade for it. If you make, no, but, like my half my brain is like, oh my god, now you just need to add like the old Pokemon battles from the Pokebot, and then you can just do everything with the bot. Like, but then it's just yeah, it's insane. I'm glad you're having fun. Yeah, I'm gonna try to catch this far-fetched. We got this. We got this. Mm. I do fear like yeah no as I said like it probably will be like a little shorter stream as well. I fear like if I start too late because I was trying to make my times a little more to the European times and a lot of the people adjusted to that. And then if I go live this late, people get confused again. I think I have no idea. Trying to figure out what best time what the best time would be still. Yeah. Oh, okay, can we catch him? Get in the ball, stay in the ball. Yeah. Yeah. I got a far-fetched.
Hmm.
How to burn every fat rat, sorry. It's just for the XP, okay? I don't have personal beef with it. It's just, yeah. Don't want it necessarily in my party either. But that's with a lot of the starter Pokemons. Like, I was happy that I caught Eradicate. Like, I think I also caught an Alolan one already. I have to check. Because I don't feel like training those necessarily. Yeah, that's a hard one. Everyone's times are everywhere. Yeah. That's the thing I fucking love about my community. We have people from all over. But at the same time, holy shit, what is this again? This is like the evolution of a wall. Right? How is it called? Giant
Oh,
walrus.
that's the evolved form of Spheal.
Oh. Okay. Didn't realize he had a main like water Pokemon. My main is a fire, so that's great, but okay. But yeah, no, with the community, as I said, like we have people from the States, we have people from UK, we have people like a couple from the Netherlands nowadays. It's just yeah, it's something. They have a lot like yeah, scattered around just scattered around the world basically. Okay, this is not gonna do damage because I can only do water attacks with you. You will die. Okay, we will test with the teddy. Yeah, now we're kind of back to just streaming whenever I can. Slash have energy. Slash wanna. I was like debating it because it is a little late and I already went to barbecue and everything, but I wanted to play Minecraft. Walrein, that's the one. That does no damage at all either. Okay. This is gonna be a slow battle. Yeah. Oh, forever. Grab my choice. Oh, there is also a poke. Is the poke event still going on? I think so. Yeah, there is. But this is a normal one. Mm, mm, mm. Oh god. Fuck it, we're gonna gamble for it. Here's a seat. Okay. A little more. Oh, if you oh, that's like
What was
yeah, like I'm fighting the Wolverine, but no, my other Pokemon don't do enough damage. I'm trying to oh, and he keeps using rest, and then he wants to sleep, and then he heals up completely again, and he's gonna take forever. Yep. What you doing, Ray?
that? I'm just doing stuff.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Hmm.
No! He wakes up just to go to sleep again.
Pepperoni.
Murmuring. Click, 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 click. Congratulations, Ripshot, on catching the flittle. The tiny flippy. Okay, I said like in full throttle chicken hawks, like he's live playing some more Splitgate. And I said like, okay, I'm lurking. And Alice was like, are you lurking, Muffin, or is Muffin lurking? Like, yes, both. Just yes. And Odie was like, oh, Muffin is lurking here while I'm lurking there. Okay, stop going to rest, and then maybe we have a fighting chance. Ooh, maybe. No! I went to rest. I just need a one more attack. You need 59 more Pokemon until you reach level 2 Poke Loyalty. Nice. Wait, what's my Poke Loyalty? Is it watch time or is it Pokemon catched? Caught, not catched. Caught. I'm loyal to level 4 here. What are the points based on amount of Pokemon? I've got 780 Pokemon. 18 here?
What? How's that possible? Oh, and that.
Yeah, not in the game, but on
I was about to
the.
say that's a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah, no,
I
that would be
I don't even
impossible
have
with
close to
the
that
amount
many.
of balls I would need. Like, oh, he still has 1% health, and now he goes to rest again. He's
Muffin.
being mean.
Poor
Literally
Muffin.
1% health, and then he just sleeps and he's 100 again. This is an infinite battle. Like I didn't have any. Oh fuck no! I jinxed myself. I was like I didn't get any damage so far. Just hurt myself in confusion. Did 50 fucking damage. Uh, okay, what do we have? If an ether potion would heal you up a little. This is literally already turned 32. How many moves does the rest one have? Yeah, how much quick attack? Oh, that quick attack hit. A quick attack again, maybe. Yes! Ah, I did it. Now the
Nice.
rest. That was just the first Pokemon, but yeah. And we need to do the rest, but still. Ice Pokemon. Okay, the quick attack has become very strong. I don't know why, but we're just gonna quick attack everything. Oh gosh. Okay, quick attack from death. Okay, we did it. Because there was an ice Pokemon against my Queen Lava. I did it! I did it. Proud. Yeah. Bitchy. Right? Right, moving on to catching more Pokemon like instantly. Like, yeah. Ah, okay. Oh, there's. Oi! Doug, how are you doing? Wah, let me do this. You have a good day?
Yeah, but you can't do that, motherfucker.
Okay? Is it also so fucking hot over there for you or no? Playing some Gravestone Warfare. Gravestone Warfare. I'm streaming for once. Nice, a good stream. Everyone go check out my duck. Say hello. Oh, oh, oh. We are Oli. What are you? Why do you look so big? You're not that big. Gramble? Giant doggy. Bramble. That's an evolution of the other doggy, but what's that called? Is it
Snubble.
evolution? Hmm?
The little one's called Snubble. The big one's called Granbull.
Yes.
Yeah.
He escaped my quick bow, so now we're gonna attack his butt. That did not do that much damage. That did a lot of damage. No? I found out if you do this, just put the potion like this, you can just heal them up. Like using the potion on them. Nope. Yeah, that worked. And then we put it back in there. Bloop. Yes. Am I gonna try again? Yes, level 41. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, he's gone out of the quick bow. Them to quick attack, no, barely. Okay, this is not Pokemon first to get. Just go. Yeah. Gonna catch other Pokemon.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Mhm, mhm,
mm-hmm.
mhm, mhm, Grilling sheep.
Poor sheep.
This hexagon is a normal color. See, I was questioning it every time. Why are the hexagons like black and white? Normally
That's a
they're.
Galarian one from
Ah, so we have like a
Gen
shit
8.
ton of Galarian. This is the normal one.
Mhm. The Galarian one has a third form.
Never saw that one, but there are so many around our house. So I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, let me check. But then, if that is confusing because then it would be awesome to have every form of every Pokemon basically, but then you have to save so many Pokés.
Yeah. Because there's also the shiny. Oh yeah, the shiny of the black one, of the black and white one is like pink or like red and white.
Oh no, I do have two gray ones now. Green, we got brown ones. Wait. I, yeah, I do have two. I have two brown ones. God damn. Okay. Uh, then remove you there. Oops. Pokemon. Yeah, I wish you had like an auto sort function for the Pokeboxes as well. I do need my Slowpoke in my team. Maybe I still even do water. I need a grass or fetched. I have a Galarian form Farfetch'd. Oh, or the Deerling because and wait, Farfetch'd cannot evolve, no? Oh, Galarian Farfetch'd evolved into Surfetch'd. 3 critical hits, okay. Creeping. A leak. Have a leak at home. What? This Taurus has an afro. What? The afro Taurus. Look at it. You got a new haircut. I saw that. Which generation of Buffalon? Do you know green? Go back. Right, there we go. Get some tea. You guys, Bungie. Hiking. Hi, welcome in. How you doing? With your girl? I assume the date went good. Yeah. It's your girl now. Awesome. Congrats. That's so cute. Which game is that, Eska?
I return.
Welcome. Or like, where did you go, Greek?
What's going on? Happening.
Oh. Justin! Hello, hello.
Fuck it up, fuck it up.
Fuck
Don't
it
give a
up.
shit.
Hi, Justin. How you doing? Game capture. Did I turn out every sound? No. No, it should be okay. Yeah, yeah,
What?
okay. No, I was checking my audio, but I turned off the music from the game, so it's supposed to be like that quiet, basically. So yeah. Well, left, where are you now? Stream bugged after ads? Well, I saw my ads and then everyone dropped off, basically. So let me just do this. Everyone dropped off as a lurker as well. I have no idea. It's an ad loop? What? Good now? It says there's only 2 people now. That's not. I'm gonna. What the hell? I'm gonna hide that because it's fucking with my brain. But what the hell, Twitch? We have like 1, 2, 3. Yep. And there's like 10 people here. It's just 3. Okay. I have no idea. What the hell is an ad loop? Okay, let me give huggies to Viking. Thank you for claiming your muffin, Milo. Your raspberry coconut one. That's a good one. No, and I was saying Viking, like I assume that your date went well since you call her your girl now, and that's very cute. And I want to know what game like Eska is. Adds loop even after refresh. What would she do if she came across a wombat? Oh,
Juvis Meat Floor asked me what would she do if she came across a wombat XD. She'd probably stop dead, go full muffin brain, and go, what is that lil chaos potato?
to pet
Then
it, take
immediately want to
14
pet
pics
it,
and
take
get
14
distracted
pics,
for
and
a
get
whole
distracted for
cutscene.
a whole cutscene.
Yeah, yeah.
Classic fashionably late.
Especially
Very
related to
creative
danger
experience.
energy. Oh my god, yes. I would like, there's like a way that you can take photographs of it, so I would probably take pictures of it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Wombat is cute. I do like Wombat. But yeah, what level are we now? We have trained up the starter Pokemon. Like I have played a lot yesterday. I think like what we just counted was, I don't know, maybe 8 hours or something. And the starter is now level 33. So that's a good.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It's pretty strong.
yeah. I have to catch
Yeah.
up. Yay! But I'm just basically just going around killing everything in the starter area. Oh, join the Viking dungeon. Thank you. But yeah, you were killing like bosses all the way and stuff. Should I just go a little further from the starter area? That probably will Make me
You
level
try.
up faster. But then still, like, there's still some Pokemon I didn't catch. Happy little Justin. How was your day, Justin? Whee! I think that loop is okay now. I think a lot of more people got stuck. I don't know. Like I've heard that lately from someone else as well that they were just basically stuck in ads for 5 or 10 minutes. Is that just a Twitch thing that's been bugging out, or like it's weird? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh, like sort of like how do you say that? The vein mining, the chunky thing, that also works on trees.
I'm pretty sure it works on all blocks.
It worked, yeah, with a pick. No, with like a normal axe, you can just chop a tree with holding control, and then it just drops your whole tree in one go, like bloop, almost. Like also like a whole chunk on the upstairs. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Bloop. Nice. Got a shit ton of like old tools that I wanted to get rid of. I do need wood too. Bloop. Nice. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Ba-doo, ba-doo.
Oh yeah, moving. I found something. Ow.
What did you find?
Oh, look at Mister. Anyway, I found a thing. It's a cool thing. I'm gonna mount it on my wall.
Okay, wait. Sorry, brain fart happened. What did you find?
Found a thing. I'm gonna mount it on my wall.
Ooh. Oh, are you going to show me? Okay, good.
I'm
Hello.
right behind you. No.
Oh. You had a monster ball?
I found it in the desert.
Oh, okay, save it. Yes. Hang it on the wall. It's awesome.
Yeah.
What? I changed my username, Ripshot. What?
You change your
Rip, how?
username.
Wait, but
Why
you're
do
now
that now?
Keanu? Congratulations. But I'm so used to calling you Ripshot. Oh no. Okay, I have to retrain my brain. Good. And Aska is a survival type game, settlers like Viking gatherers getting villagers, more realistic. That sounds fun. Wow.
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 I'm gonna take a screenshot of it. It's gorgeous. Wiggly Wiggles Wrinkles? You still call me Ripshot? I'm still Ripshot on every other platform, just not Twitch. Is it because you... Why Wiggly Wiggles Wrinkles? What? What? Is that mean? Okay. Is it because you can't access your original? But then if I say Rip, then no one is gonna know, but okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. But then you have to re-promote, yeah. But it does make more sense in that sense, because you said like a lot of people Try to find you and they think you never stream. But you do. Off to bed now, putting my car at the shop. Wait, again or still? But I can work on a hot engine. Nice. It was adorable. Was that was just okay? And you just wanted to hear me say wiggly wiggles wrinkles. Oh, this is part 2, waiting for the part. Okay, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I finally broke all my X's. Did you take your master ball with you? 3.
Yo.
Did you take your master ball?
Maybe.
Okay, good, good, good. No, otherwise I was scared that I was just gonna trap it out like a tree with it and then accidentally just steal it. Ray,
What?
Ray, you did
What?
give it. Ray.
Tee, run away. Use the master ball on the. Wow, I gave it to you for something special and you used it on a flipping Lechonk.
No.
A Lechonk. Wow.
No, the thing is, I've been fucking catching like fucking dead brained. And the quick
Well,
ball is like the lowest one. And you said you took it with you. So I was like, okay. And I just clicked automatically. And the moment I clicked, I saw like, no. And yeah.
that was quick. That's all good. I'm sure we'll find another one eventually.
No. No. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
I
I mean,
fucking threw it away
you used
right
it to catch a
away.
Pokemon with a purpose.
I did get a Pokemon with it, but it's a fucking level 5 piggy. Like, I could get any Pokemon with it.
Well, except for Wizcash. Wizcash isn't 100% chance because it's weird. But like 99.99% of Pokemon.
Thank you for treating me to Dependo and get. Thank you for the gift. Sorry,
It's
I spent it
whatever.
right away. God damn it. I didn't. I didn't. Like, the thing is, like, as I said, like, I fucking realized what happened as it was happening without, like, any ability to stop what was happening. I was just like, no. But okay. Thank you. Yes.
Mm-hmm. My team is getting soloed by one Bouffalant.
Really?
Yep. One Bouffalant just took out my 4 strongest Pokemon. I'm down to my level 20 bug. And I'm dead. That thing just soloed me.
Yeah, that one, yeah,
Wow.
with the afro, he is strong.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck this thing's stats are, but in any Pokemon game I've ever played, they always wreck my face.
Is it maybe just because they're good against your team or no?
No, they're just. I think they have just great stats. I'm looking it up. Bouffalant has
I still feel
almost
bad.
500. No, it's whatever.
Okay. That's what I guess for thinking too quick.
I think it just has an absurd strength stat that gets boosted by its ability.
Mijn inventory is full.
Huh?
Oh no,
Huh?
my inventory is full. There's another Pokemon in chat.
Another
There's
Pokemon.
a Pokemon.
Oh. Ooh. There's a Mega Venusaur over here.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight it. I think I'm gonna try to find another one. Oh, hello. I thought you were over there.
Hello, I'm here now.
I just walked into you in a different location than I thought you were. And I was like, "Eh?"
I'm a giant Slowbro. What a morally questionable desert. Welcome in, Rick. The stair.
Dessert.
Okay.
What kind of
I'm
dessert
like,
we're
wait, I'm in
talking?
the plains now. I'm not in the desert. I'm going to the desert. No, I'm going back home. But
Well, here's
yes,
one of the
I
dark linens.
I'm the evil muffin, the morally questionable dessert. That's a nice yeah. What is this? This is a
That's
skunk.
the
Skunk.
yeah. That's the other one.
But those are also normally brown, no?
Yeah, that's the evolved form of the other one.
I do like this one. He looks like he should be in Kiss.
Yeah.
How you doing, Rick? Thank you for being here. Alrighty, thank you.
Yeah, there's not
Pokemon
really many
Battles at
Pokemon around
Rip
here that are
Shot.
interesting. Huh?
Oh, yeah, no. Because, wait, you just changed your name again? Wait, now you're Keanu BC. What's the BC? And the Pokemon bot still calls him as well, Ripshot Blue.
So, Muffin, what do you say? We go on an adventure, find some cool Pokemon.
Yes.
Your middle name? Wow. I feel. Was that? I'm assuming it's your
What?
that's a middle name. Is that supposed to be like after the actor or?
British Columbia. And oh, that is an awesome middle name.
Yeah, it's
Really?
amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. And then, yeah. You love the movie Speed? But it is the thing, like, if the power you have as a parent, you can just name your kid whatever you like. That's awesome.
Me over here, the Power Ranger.
Yeah. Hmm?
Hey Muffin, you need any Pokeballs before we go out?
If you have more.
I got a couple. What do you need?
Yeah, I got 35 quick balls still and one normal.
Yeah, I'll make you some Ultra ones.
Wait, I still have you up. Wait. Oh.
Welcome,
Oh, how
31,
far? Okay.
from a man of
Hi,
letters.
hi,
Ty for
welcome
joining
in.
us.
How
Feel
was
free
your
to drop a
stream?
in chat and get
Until
cozy.
what
If
point
you'd
did
like
you
to
get
see
in
more of
Hogwarts
this
and how
muffin,
much did
don't
you
forget
enjoy
to
it? And isn't
follow.
it fucking beautiful?
Sounds like a
And
debt
thank you so much
collector.
for the raid. Oh my gosh, Darth, welcome
I
in.
don't wanna deal with
Oh,
these
let me give you
letters
like a big ass
anymore.
shouty.
Yeah, and those kneecaps will grow
A
back.
million of
trust me.
letters. There you go. Bloop. Hello. Oh, now we are gonna have a double. Yeah. Everything explodes always. Banana Mama. Banana Mama. Thank you for the follow, Banana Mama. How we doing, you muffin? I'm doing good. Hello, wonderful muffin, and hello, chat. Hi, wonderful man of letters. I'm doing good. I was thinking, like, after the barbecue, I was chilling, watching your stream, and then I was like, you know what? I want to play Minecraft, and I have played Minecraft for like 8 hours yesterday off stream. So I did kind of promise to be back on Tuesday. So yeah, there we are. Yep. And again, like, okay, feel free to as well. Like, if you need to raid and run in a bit, get some snackies. Did you get dinner already? Get some hydration is so important. And until what point did you get like in Hogwarts? I was watching like when you got like in the sorting ceremony and everything, and then it was like busy like sorting, yeah, the stream stuff out, and I got hijacked by Karma for like 45 minutes with a pumpkin toy. She needed to play, but yeah, and then we started. I gotta fetch my fry bread and we'll be right back. I'm doing side quest, you know me. Yeah. That's what I meant. Like get some food. And the side quests are fun. Like that's the thing. They are so there's just so much to do. It is a really awesome game. I still really like it. I have pineapple juice. Can I give the pineapple juice to Pokemon? By the way, for everyone that is coming in, I am Evil Muffin. I'm gonna switch back to the game in a sec. I was now getting distracted right away again. Because Minecraft is fucking addicting, I'm not gonna lie. I am a variety streamer. I often frequent the People of Letters as well. It's an awesome community. We play a lot of games here. We do, what did we do lately? We do League of Legends. We played actually Fortnite for the very first time. Like, I never wanted to play Fortnite because I kind of hated on it. But I hated on it just because it was popular. I would try to get more of an open mind if someone asked me like to play together, and I always like to play together basically no matter what kind of game it is, because it's about having fun in the game, and that's nice. So we played Fortnite together. That was an experience. Yeah. Well, we're now doing Minecraft. We're not doing normal Minecraft. We're doing Pixelmon Minecraft. So we're playing Pokemon in Minecraft. And you can also catch Pokemon in the channel. So we have like a Pokemon themed thingy at the moment. Just because we wanted to try Pixelmon because it's awesome. Yep. What other games do I play? I always forget. I do marbles. I do the words on stream.
What don't you do? That's the
Pokemon
question.
squared. Indeed, there's Pokemon everywhere. No, and they're not squared. Okay, so you have Cobblemon, and they're actually like little blocks of
Minecraft shaped.
Pokemon, and they're ugly. They're so ugly. But look, I will show you. I am now like in a thingy where I'm actually fighting like with the Pokemon. And look, they look decent. They look pretty good actually. Like I am a terrifying nightmare. Be prepared to see my little character. If I can show you, yes, you see a little bit there in the back. I am the slow bro. I will show you when we're out of the battle. This is a little weird camera view, but yep, I am this abomination. I'm very proud of it. This is my Team Rocket slow bro.
I'm the boss. Haha.
What? I meant two times Pokemon. Yes, that's Pokemon squared. Oh, yes. We have double Poke. But you have like that's the other Pokemon mod you have with Cobblemon, and there the Pokemons are like squared Pokemons, sort of. But here the Pokemon actually look pretty okay. Sometimes they look a little terrifying, but they're pretty good. Yeah. And I like
I
it.
threw more Pokeballs at you.
Are you
and I'm on
throwing
your roof.
Pokeballs at me?
Yeah, now I'm on your roof.
What? I just saw Gray and now he's gone. He's like a ninja.
No.
20 Ultra Balls, thank you. That's awesome. I never had so many.
And the Master Ball. Oh wait, just...
No, okay. Don't remind them. They don't know yet. Okay. No, okay. So Gray just found a Master Ball. It was actually a pretty epic moment. Yep. And then he ran to me and he hung it into a little item frame and showed it to me. And I thought, like, okay, he picked it up. And I kept just chopping trees because it's also still normal Minecraft. So you still have to chop your trees, mine your ores, and do your stuff. And then I did not notice he gave me a gift. I was like, did you pick it up? And he was like, yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Because he didn't want to spoil the surprise. And I did not notice I had a Master Ball in my inventory. So the first fucking Pokemon I saw, I just ran to. I was super happy, like, no, bloop. And I threw a Master Ball at a level 5. What was it?
Chunk.
A chunk. Yeah, like the little piggy. Level 5, tiny little piggy with a master ball. I'm just a little ashamed, just a little bit. Well,
It's been
it,
done before.
it happened. It's just like it happened. There's nothing to be done anymore. Just feel ashamed and try to find more master balls in the future. Rip master ball,
Find them.
yes. Like yeah. It
And
was
then
an
we're gonna get
awesome
our hands
gift.
on all the legendary Pokemon.
I could catch anything I would
All the
want to.
legendary level 5 Lechonks.
Legendary level 5 Lechonks. Dude, they're so sis, Steven. Like, the best Lechonk you ever seen. Hmm.
I'm just gonna sit in your window and stare.
In my window. I'm sorting my inventory in 1 second. I have so much stuff that I have no idea what it is. You know that issue? Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna make Slowpoke my runaway Pokemon. That sounds fitting.
It's probably too small to ride on.
Oh wait, now I can show the people. Okay, here's your gift. Why can't I give this to him? Why doesn't he want to hold the toy? What?
Mm.
Attracts the attention of Pokemon considerably. Oh, it's just an item to use. I thought I had to hold it. Never mind. Okay. But yeah, so as you can see, there's Pokemon just running around in your Minecraft house. And yeah, this is why I needed a Slowpoke, and Ray got me a Slowpoke. So we have a little trading machine here. And then we were trading because look, that's my son. Or no, actually, yeah, no, that's my son. Yeah. Like still the way that this face just stares to your soul. It's like, yeah. It keeps looking at you no matter where you're aiming.
I'm not in your window anymore.
What? Where are you now? You're behind it.
Right.
I see your name.
New.
Oh!
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Are you playing hide and seek?
I'm gonna show you my. Here's mine.
Oh.
Palpitoad.
Man, he looks so weird with a little ball on his head. Like, yeah. He's
Yeah.
cute though. That smile is like.
And also this one.
Maria. Mm-mm-mm. How are you doing, by the way, Darth?
And obviously the guy on my head.
What? Yes. Well, yeah, he started as the guy on your hat. That's the great thing. He's still a little Lipwick on your hat.
I love how it fits my head perfectly, so it's a little hat.
Yeah, I don't know if the giant chandelier will fit on your hat.
Probably not.
I don't think so. Pepper is just biting my butt and he's flinching and no.
Hey yo.
Yeah, he's biting my Slowpoke. Okay, never mind. I thought like I could take my Slowpoke for a battle one time, but no. Nah. Not yet. He's not ready yet. He's too Slowpokey. Has anyone in chat ever played Minecraft or Pokemon or Pixelmon or any combination? Let me know. We're just chilling tonight.
So yeah, the thing is, I can the
Nice.
server's only up when I turn it on. Which
Yeah.
was the main problem. But supposedly it says I can have up to 20
He's
people.
like, I've had it with his letters.
Really?
Meanwhile,
Yeah, I don't know how bad
the
that
character's named.
But there can be
Explains
more
with
people
fists.
here.
Sounds like a debt collector.
If anyone wants to play.
Like, I don't want to deal with
So
his
what was that?
letters anymore.
Oh, would you want
and
to
those
open it
kneecaps
up
will
or
grow
no?
back, trust me.
Yeah, maybe. I think for now it's peaceful.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll make a new one or something. If it ever gets popular.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know, like it is a niche, how do you say that? A niche audience.
Yeah.
You gotta like a little bit of Minecraft, you gotta like a little bit of Pokemon. But then if you do that, it's amazing. Yep. And even if you don't, then it can be really fun.
So,
I'm
I
actually
figured-
playing Pokemon Fire Red right now. Nice, Dart. That is still like my OG. I love it. I wasn't gonna out you, but okay. But he outed himself as playing Pokemon, no? The Fire Red was the one I started with. Love that
I'll
one.
stand here.
Okay. I'm just gonna stand. What? Jesus, Gray. Hi, how you doing? Do you want
Hello.
you're waiting for
I'm on your
me to
shelf.
go on the adventure?
I'm just waiting for you to figure out your thing.
I just There you go. Bloop bloop bloop. Yeah, do you also have Pokeaxe like in Pokemon Go? You also have Poke tops and stuff that you can spin and get items. You have what is it? Yeah, your laptop with all your Pokemon in it. All the Pokeboxes, everything. We've already filled up almost 2 boxes. I'm proud. I have to sort them at some point because I'm already.
Hey, I'm pretty sure you already have a lot of duplicates.
No, I don't. I think only these two. I
Hmm.
wish I could auto sort them. Like I do have some. Like here, I have Raticate. Yes, but in both the different forms. So
Mhm.
yes, they're double. But I do already have Ponyta and Rapidash.
I think it's okay. I'm pretty sure there's like 5,000 to 6,000 Pokemon slots.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's just yeah. This is the level 5 Lechonk. I got it. Like the thing is, like if I put him in my party now, he is in a Master Ball. Let me switch to the other one where you can see like the whole screen. So here on the left, you see like your Pokemon. You see the little Lechonk sitting in its Master Ball. Oh, you're starting in ads. Okay. I wish I would can see like. Oh, I have to change the ad settings. I think, and there have been more ads than normal even. So let me know if you guys are back from the ad, Jill. Shit, it says they're gone, but not sure.
They're gone but not forgotten.
Yeah, always. But we do have a little recap in the meantime, like a chaotic ritual of letters. A ritual of letters in Pokemon Squared Mathematics. Keanu claims a cinematic middle name and a father's fondness for speed. That sounds. It's for a movie called Speed. Okay, to clarify. Justin demanded healing and chaos. Evil Muffin attempted to catch lightning in a bottle with a Pokecatch. And a man of letters, a seeker of knowledge, remains oddly persistent. Oddly persistent of what? Chaos persist order is a myth. Yeah, the Bot Conundrum recaps get so chaotic sometimes. I don't know. It is fun though. But he's like, yep, the a man of letters, a seeker of knowledge. That's correct, yeah. It remains oddly persistent. Persistent like what?
What if I said I was gonna sit around, but then I ran off?
No. No. Yeah, just yeah. Do you have your bread already, man of letters? The fry bread class. Oh, wait. Did he listen to me and knew because of that? Because how did he know? Did he remember it? Like he got some new updates recently. He's now just replying to the man of letters like, "Your fry bread quest is complete. Now back to the chaos you go." Like what?
What?
I just asked like if his bread was done, but yeah. Like I'm gonna switch back
Hmm.
to the other screen because that's a little better, and I do like that better. Fry bread is delicious. Nice, good. But yeah, the Lechonk sitting in his master ball is just I'm just yeah, I'm gonna hide him in like box 5 by himself. I'm embarrassed by him. That's
How
all
dare you
I'm
say that about
chilling
your
is
own
nothing
Pokemon?
beats the crunch. I don't know if I've ever had fry bread. What is fry bread exactly?
It's literally just like a bread dough, but like fried.
Okay, that sounds very logical. But also delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Right. Yeah, me and my family ordered some, but the waitress accidentally thought we said 5 instead of fried. So
So
they
you
got us
just got
5 of
5
them.
breads or
It was like 5 loaves worth of bread fried up, and we ate it all in one day.
Well, did you enjoy it?
Kinda.
Huh?
We also couldn't eat for like 10 hours.
Okay, I'm ready for Pokemon Adventures. Where did you go?
I came back to heal my Pokemon.
Oh, okay. I don't have the best team, but it's fine.
Who does?
Whee! Oh yeah, also if you can ride the Pokemon. This looks oh no.
Some of them.
This looks even more ridiculous. This is just
Bye.
what?
We okay.
Can you ride your lamp? What? Can
Mm-hmm.
you fly it? Where did you fly away? Did you just run?
I flew away. I'm back.
Whoa, holy shit. Can you fly up?
Yeah. I just don't want to do it because I messed up my
Wait,
my
and I can
controls.
fly with you. I have a Skarmory.
Yeah.
Okay, we
Yeah.
just the thing is you do have to view from like your other perspective because otherwise you merge into your Pokemon and
Oh,
just that's a very hard no. Like you
well,
yeah,
sometimes they
yeah.
do like my chandelier is too small, so it just fades out.
Yeah, no, mine just merges into it, and then yeah, like this. Like if I go up, you see it as well. Like from the third person perspective, I'm one with Skarmory right now. We're just flying together like that. But if you look like in first person, this is what you see: the inside of a burp, and that's it. And that took a while to figure out, but now it's okay. Okay, great. Where did you go? I'm also flying. You can fly to adventure.
I ran away. I was scared.
Are you fighting?
Yeah.
Okay, I will just fly circles around your head. Eh.
I'm probably gonna lose the fight.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
this is a little
That's one
buggy,
shot.
just a little bit. And the bird got a free exam, yeah, always. So, like, that's the thing. Like, if I go down now and press normal, like you see, like I'm sitting in, yeah. This looks, yeah, and then yeah, yep.
Muffin bird.
Is a yeah. Now it's just a muffin bird. New
Hi,
Pokemon,
Muffin. Where are we
new
going?
evolution, yeah. The Man of Letters, I asked before you went to get your fry bread. Like, up until which point did you get tonight in Hogwarts? I saw you went like to the sorting ceremony. And you started like your first day with Professor Weasley guiding you around. And then after I was setting up for stream myself and cuddling with Grandma Bean. I
Hello.
nine.
Where
So
are we
yeah,
going?
I didn't see the last part, but until which point did you get now? Does that make sense? Is that a normal English sentence? I think so.
Maybe.
Lively. We're going with it.
We're going this way,
Where
I
are you
guess.
going? Where are we going?
On an adventure.
But we can fly. Why are we walking?
Because flying is buggy and potentially deadly.
That is very fair.
Oh,
I have fallen to my death like a lot of times. Oh shit! I accidentally attacked this Glamio. Let me just flame wheel it to death. Yeah. Yep.
you're cool. I was gonna level up. It's gonna go emo if you evolve it at night.
Yes, I want the emo one. Really bad. That looks so cool. Like so much cooler. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. But yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, like Man of Letters is an amazing streamer. He plays a lot of Assassin's Creed games. He just finished the new Black Flag and now switching it up a little bit again. And started with Hogwarts today. Okay, I'm ready to continue the adventures. This is by the way one of the Pokestops that just looks like the Pokemon Go. I do think it is funny but also weird at the same time that's in there. I don't know. But this is a bus. Are you fighting this bus?
Trying.
Then I will fight the trainer. I'm gonna burn him. Nope. I do feel kind of sad because this is just like little kid. And he's saying like my parents saying I cannot be a Pokemon trainer, but I'm gonna prove them wrong. And then I just come in and I just flame wheel every Pokemon he has.
beat the bug.
Congratulations!
Oh
Oi!
wait, my Palpitoad's evolving.
Oh! What's it gonna be? What is it gonna be? Wow!
Mm,
Wait, what's it? Does he look? Oh, he's a giant ugly frog. He's a giant ugly frog, but he's still looking happy. He's still very happy about it, so that's good.
Hey, the muffin.
Yes.
Use this on your Quilava.
My Quilava? Okay. XP candy. Oh, I do have some of those at home, I think.
Yeah, you can use those to level up your Pokemon.
Whoa.
That's probably not enough to level up at all, but
I got 800 XP. Wait, do I have some in my backpack? No. I do have rare candy.
well, that just levels it up completely one level.
I have 18 rare candy. Oops.
Yeah, if you do it now, you could get the emo one.
I want the emo one.
One more and it'll go emo.
Wait, flame charge. What should we replace? Swift, quick attack, flame wheel, or ember?
Yeah. No,
Ember?
sure.
Ember.
Swift.
Oh,
sure. Whatever.
but
It
Swift.
don't matter.
Yeah.
Don't
You know,
matter.
another one. Oh, yeah, it's a full thing. It's a full thing. There you go. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Time for
Looks so
emo.
epic. What's it gonna be?
It's emo.
Ah, look, it's so pretty. I've never seen this one.
Yeah, it's new from after Gen 8.
It is so pretty.
Yeah, I believe it's Ghost type too.
Really?
I think so. It's either that or Dark.
Wait. Can I summary? Yes? No, yes.
It's
Right?
Fire Ghost, yeah. Mm,
This is the ghost, no? This is literally the
It's
ghost
ghost.
symbol, so yes.
It's ghost, yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Okay, bye. We.
Maybe oh. Okay. It is also very, very happy, so that's good. Oh, it's
What's
so
its happiness at? Oh, yeah, that's max happiness. You love that Pokemon, huh?
I love this Pokemon a lot. It's my favorite Pokemon ever. No, it's just my starter Pokemon, so I literally never unequipped it from my inventory ever so far.
Yeah.
Is this the max?
I believe that's max happiness, yes.
Oh, wait, how are the rest doing? I want to see the rest. Turtle. Ooh, Slowpoke is not that happy yet. Those are new. This one is also very good, almost.
Yeah, you just gotta keep forcing them to like it, and it'll eventually work.
But can I still write Quilava or can I not write this one
Maybe.
anymore?
Maybe. It is horizontal now. Or
No.
vertical, I mean.
If it runs. I think I can't write it anymore.
Rip.
Uh-oh. There goes my mouth. It looks
No.
very cool now, but yeah. Okay.
Nope, it's sunrise.
But it's still very cool. Look at all the Ponyta. Rapidash.
Mm,
It's just a fucking plane full of Ponytas.
Horse.
She's that's a
Look,
normal
there's a dock
Rapidash?
button. Huh?
Is it normal Rapidash? Yes.
Yeah, that's a Rapidash.
Why are you need? Yeah,
The,
but I
the
don't.
different Rapidash is pink and cotton candy like.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, here's something you might like. It's the evolution of Fido.
Fido. Dash me. Want that one. Eh. Dogo. I want all Dogo.
It's-
It looks like a wiener dog.
Yeah, and it's also made out of buns.
Yeah.
'Cause, like,
Literally a little bun dog.
That's a weird thing to say for the moment you join.
We did get like an auto rate just coming in, so it completely depends. If you come in right away like that, that's not the best impression. Wait,
I'll admit
operator.
that's pretty weird. That's something you don't typically say.
Hello, how are you? Good day to you, sir. Okay, catch you. Did you get? Okay. No judgment. But did you drink something, or are you just
I don't think
messing?
you're gonna catch that thing.
You have to type your Pokécatch again if you want to catch the what is it? The Temple. Temple.
Simple. That's what this came from. I think.
Hmm?
Yeah. Yeah, Temple turns into this. Oh, you technically can't see any Pokemon when you're in a fight. It's my
Oh, I see you,
blue.
but yeah, no, I cannot see. I was like, where? But no. Spoofy? What is spoofy?
I have no idea.
Is it me or is it not making any sense?
Hmm.
Get up, operator. Get yourself water.
Muffin.
Water. You know that? Water. The thing that you
Muffin.
hate. You know, he needs to get some water.
Hey, Muffin.
Yes.
The dox button is immune to fire.
That's why I keep just attacking it with no feel. Okay. Thank you.
This person in chat's getting stranger the more we go along.
No, Aqua. No. That's what I said. Go drink water. You can put it in another cup. You can trick yourself into thinking it's not water. That works 9 out of 10 times with you. Just drink it from a straw. Got water in you. Otherwise, you're gonna fall off your chair again. I'm out in your butt.
I'm just gonna run off into the woods. I think I may run out of Pokeballs too. Ooh, there's a lion. And a dog.
Nope, that's crazy. It's not spicy though. Hey, do you want a timeout? This is your last warning. Behave.
Muffin, there's a wormhole.
I still want to have the bun dog, but I cannot do damage. Just
mean, you have normal type moves.
Hmm?
You have quick attack.
Yeah, but it does not damage almost.
Yeah, but it's the only thing you got, really.
I'm paralyzed.
That's not good.
Okay, this is free.
Hmm.
I know you enjoy doing
Uh,
this. Wanna give a
Um,
little time out?
I almost
Someone needs it.
just did a permaban.
No, not a permaban.
I almost did, but I almost misclicked it when I was opening it up, and I was like,
No, just a little time out. That's I said that's the last warning.
fair enough. Also, the wormhole closed.
You're still welcome to chat. You're welcome to hang out here. You're welcome to. Yep.
There's a shiny, I think. I'm gonna go catch it. I didn't even know
Well, we
the
do
shiny
stay
was.
polite.
I didn't even know the shiny was gold colored. Great. Oh, it's an ultimate, but of course it's an ultimate boss. That's level 94. Huh. That's interesting. You good, Muffin?
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, there's a Torchic over here.
Die, die, die. Die, die, die. It's muffin time. Yes, I wanna die, die, die.
We're good. Okay. Hi, Veggie. Hi. How you doing? We're good. We got a raid from the awesome mail letter. I do have to watch his HP. I'm sure I'm just gonna kill him now because I'm not watching it. And oh, okay. I'm gonna try. He's at 12. I did damage. I'm playing some more. Yeah, no, but yeah. We're playing more. We're playing more Pokemon Minecraft, Pixelmon. And I'm catching this fucking cute little bun dog because he looks like a little. No.
You're such a good girl.
God damn it, Frenchy. Okay, I should, yeah, make that. No, but you are a mod. Fuck. Mod abuse. I was like, I should make that mod only. You are a mod. God damn. And how was your day? How are you, sir? We're trying to teach people a little bit of politeness. About to go to bed. How you doing? See, how you doing? How is your day, Veggie? People just coming in here like, hi. Okay, I'm not gonna catch it. How much Pokeballs is this gonna cost me? I'm just gonna throw an Ultra Ball. I need this fucking wiener doggy.
You could use a dust. No, no, I don't keep those.
Just used an Ultra Ball.
Hmm.
It
You
works!
got it. Hurrah!
Now go, cat, go. What is that achievement? I got
I have
another
no idea.
achievement.
All I know is I'm over here in the water, waiting for the muffin.
Yay, thank you, Veggie. Thank you, thank you. You're the awesome man of letters rated us. Yeah. Yes.
I just love this.
Yum, 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 yum. Oh. Hello.
Hello.
You hit me first. I hit you back. Do you need breath?
No, I'm good.
Okay, okay. All right, okay. I'm ready to continue adventures. I got the doggo. I'm happy.
He-
And it is kind of late. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. So yeah, make sure you get some rest as well, man of letters. Are you gonna play more Hogwarts tomorrow, or what games? Oh gosh, what games are you gonna play now? Or do you still play the Gothic one? Yeah, no, yeah, gotcha. Oh, is this like a little flower circle? Is this just coincidence?
What?
Oh shit! Thank
That's a
you,
weird coincidence.
Veggie.
Yeah.
I forgot to start up the fishing game again. I was like, okay, I got the Pokemon timer this time. I got the Tangia. I got Mix It Up. Forgot fishing. Thank you for the shouters, yeah, Veggie awesome. Gothic tomorrow? Good, good, good.
How
So now
dare
it's
you
Gothic
forget the
Hogwarts?
feed.
And I keep forgetting, that's the thing. I ordered, that's by the way, big ass news for stream. I ordered Elgato capture card and Elgato Stream Deck, like a small one, a Neo one. And ordered them both like from a guy who was selling basically his entire setup on Marketplace. And I was happy to find that because I need those. So I got a very, very good deal on it. Was a good, yeah, nice guy. He wanted to combine the both of them like for what was it, like $100, and I should get it tomorrow already actually. And then I want to see if I can just get everything like set up so I press basically just one button and all my stream programs and things start, or I remind myself or whatever. Because every time I have so many things on stream nowadays, which is awesome, but I keep forgetting. Like at the beginning when I switched to Mix It Up, I kept forgetting to start Mix It Up at the beginning. And then if you claim a muffin, you just get like a random flavorless muffin, and that's not nice. But now it's in the system. Yeah, now you can fish. Yeah, fishing, fishing. But the fishing is not lined up like it should be. I wanted to have it like right on the map because that looks cute. There you go. Plop. Now you got it. A nice find. Yes. Like I was looking for a capture card because I want to play more games on my Switch. That was me with starting 10 gen artifacts. Yeah. At the beginning as well. So I have like the Tenji overlay, the lurk bait game that I gotta start up, Mix It Up thingy. I gotta set up my mic. Gotta set up like a shit ton of stuff. Every time I forget. And yes, we're gonna play Mario Kart 8. Yes. Now we can play Mario Kart. There is another special Pokemon, by the way. Because that's the thing, we have Pokemon, yeah, how do you say that? Squared, Pokemon squares? Like the mathematical Pokemon. This is a special Poke event from the Pokemon community game. Every time you see a Pokemon with like the DNA sign in chat, it's one of the special Pokemon with unstable DNA. And every time like we got like with the Poke Rate goals, let me check. You get special things that you can achieve. But how many catches? I think that's like the total build up with everyone, and then you can get like a clone Pokemon or special Pokemons that drop, or like yeah, special stones and things. Hey, Yuri.
Hello.
Sorry. Yep. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, okay. I still don't know where we're going on our Poke Adventures, by the way, but yeah.
We're going
Unstable
this way.
DNA sounds like we have something in common then. No. Oh yeah, then you're also a special Pokemon, Veggie.
Veggie would be a Pokemon. Ooh, there's an Aegislash. That's a good Pokemon.
That's a level 50. You gonna catch it?
Probably not. Even if I tried. We're near a desert, so hopefully we'll be able to find a mashed ball. What did Muffin do?
Huh?
That's what you do.
Please.
Oh, and she's drowning.
No! I'm walking on the water. Just and she's drowning. Like the judge would like that. Yeah, okay, of course. Yeah. Damn it. Oof.
Wow. Hi. Hey, Muffin.
Yeah.
Oui.
What? How do you do that?
I did a weird jump.
What? Ah. I just sink like a block. Like, how do you? What? Praise to God, everyone.
But if God was one of us, riding on the battle bus.
I'm gonna take a really quick be right back breaky.
Hello?
You're both quite blocky. I know, so but he can run on water. You see that? No, I'm gonna take a really
My
quick
guy,
be right
guys.
back breaky because I have only like half a drink here. I need a lot more water because it's so warm that my throat just got so So yeah. 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 I'm gonna grab another drinky. Just 5 minutes or so, but taking a little break. Okay.
I'm gonna be 9 miles down the map.
I just see you running like crazy. Okay, I will see you on another planet when I get back to 5. Okay, okay. Be right back, everyone. Man of letters, if you have to go to sleep in the meantime, have a good rest. Yeah. Drinks for all? Okay. I will take some drinks for you as well. Boop.
Wanna die, die, die. Die, die, die. It's muffin time. And I wanna die, die, die.
A lot of muffins. Hi, Kale.
Yes. Okay, someone clip that.
Also,
Someone
Kale
did
shows
the
up like right when she's
exclamation mark
leaving.
clip. I'm so proud. Morgan, hi. Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. The scary doll?
Yeah, left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah,
coins.
fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. God damn it! Since when is that in there? Goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works.
Oh my god. Yeah, just guys, remember pull that out before, just in case. It's all about the
No,
play.
I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? God damn it! No, I know. I'm like, wait, what? Hey, no, I'm not here. I'm not here. Why are you staring at me? Go away. What are you doing? Okay, bye. I want to go. No. Go away. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry, I do gotta keep this for later because that was so... I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon.
Welcome is
Oh my
awesome.
no,
Yeah,
fucking
he is
Jesus!
the
Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it. It to be updated. Yeah. Yeah, but I think all the mods were... Ah,
Did
no!
I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
And I thought you went out, so I went out again and you went in, so that was...
that's fine. That's fine.
I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but... I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board, indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways. Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip from him. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay, okay. Does it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay! All your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you! And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. With no makeup and glasses. We're good, we're good. Okay, that's great.
He solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo round was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little, but now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude.
Got a Silk, I see.
I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chathaven at the start, and then went and played
He
some
played
Fortnite with
Marbles.
Chathaven, and then I played Marbles, and now I am playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was
Like-
just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break. You invited me to collab 40 fucking 8 minutes ago when everybody actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff? Fucking no! That got me worse a lot.
Why does your mic scream at me?
I don't know. Wait. Let me clean this with my ear.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true! That's true! I prepared everything so I could make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make... Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay.
I make 20.
Hold on a minute. Okay.
Moves. No, you said I had the moves. You weren't cheering me on. And your mom! What the fuck? Why did it just respond with your mom? Oh my god, okay, I gotta clip that and send this to the to the devs. Thanks, well. It works!
What's happened?
Oh my god, okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything, and it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, and it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. But hey, he's talking back. The bot is talking back. It's gaining its own intelligence.
Oh my god. I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call. Did you use the upgrade?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why?
There.
Cannon. What the?
You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Water kill? You wanna fight? Tentakill!
Nice. Holy shit.
That was crazy.
Fuck. Okay, you're strong now.
Yeah, I did a clip of that.
Holy f- Oh Jesus. Yes. Okay, someone clip that. Can someone do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud. Morgan! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, I left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
coins.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise! God damn it, it just murdered me! Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. God damn it. Since when is that in there? It goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works.
Oh my god. Yeah, just guys, remember pull that out before, just in case. It's all about the
No.
blood.
I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Ah! God damn it! No, I know. I'm like, wait, what? Hey, no, I'm not here. I'm not here. Why are you staring at me? Go away. What are you doing? Okay, bye. I want to go. No. No. Go away. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry, I do gotta keep this for later because that was so... I love that this triggers like literally. Hello.
Yo.
Like, wait, let me read up in chat.
Didn't miss too much.
Did I missed? Wait. Silky, I'm getting better. Hopefully I will play with you sometime this week or weekend. Oh, yes. Yeah, Silky, I can still play like on my PC for the entire week. And then on the 10th of August, I will be taking a quick, like a holiday break. I will be in the holiday home for 2 weeks. I'm still considering maybe taking my laptop with me, but I'm not sure. Like I will be there most of the 2 weeks by myself with Carmi Bean. So it can be fun, but I can also do maybe just on my only in real life streams. I'm not sure. But we can still play some Stardew at least this week. I'm glad you're getting better. Always take care of yourself first. Yes.
Let's see. A fan of fierce Pokemon. Hello.
You got a what?
I found my fifth Pokemon.
The fifth Pokemon.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've also been running for who knows how long, as you can probably see on the map.
What the hell? I said you're gonna be on another planet the second I get back. Okay, but I was still okay. Let me switch back to the game thing. But okay. Silky checked in. Silky's a blueberry muffin. Yum 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 yum. Lol not ended. Now I'm ended. Okay. Go get some drink still, please. Not a drink water. And there was more Pokemons and no muffin for 2 weeks. But that's the thing. So I was thinking of like at least doing a couple in real life streams. I can take Karma for walkies with you guys, like in a nature area and everything. That would be fun. And yeah, I'm thinking maybe that's the thing. Like I can take the laptop with me and then try out the capture card thing. But my laptop has a camera, but the camera is broken. It just doesn't respond. I don't know why. So yeah. Either I take my separate camera, but that is also at the risk of being broken because that cable is not great. Or I use my phone, so I have to figure it out. I've been thinking about it all week, like, what should I do? Maybe I will just pack everything and see what kind of energy or what the vibes are, or yeah. But yeah. I will be still streaming, but at least a little less. And that is yeah. Because I won't have my normal setup and everything. But I'm considering maybe yeah. Trying to see if I can copy everything over in OBS, or that's the thing. I have to see what I need to prepare and everything. But yep. Okay. And for everyone who was wondering, like I'm here for our base house and like Gray's house and everything, like the starter village everyone is here. And this is where Gray left me, and then he's all the way over here. Just in this unexplored things. It's all good. You need your time. Yeah, that's the thing. Yes, but I will be there for like 2 whole weeks. It is really awesome. That's the thing. So I will take you guys on walkies there as well because there's really pretty nature areas around. Um, and then I can take the Karma Bean. Take you guys with me. Figure out if I can do like either TikTok or Twitch streams or both. Maybe just one every day. But that's the thing. I'm just gonna do whatever I feel like. I'm not gonna keep myself on a schedule like like I normally do. I normally don't either, but I do sort of. Like I do stream like at least like 1 or 2 times every weekend and like 2 or 3 times like every week. So we do have like sort of a schedule, just not really strict.
Kind of, sort of.
Hmm?
Kind of, sort of, kind of.
Sure enough. Yeah, not really, but sure enough. Okay, Jesus, I went way too high. There we go.
All right, move in. I'm on
Well,
my
please
way.
don't forget my
Who's a good
leash.
boy? Who's a good boy? Is it
Yes,
you?
Reggie, you are a good boy.
Is it you?
God damn it. But I take everyone with me on walkies. I take people with me on walkies when they're streaming as well. Like I usually take Man of Letters with me on walkies, like every time he streams, at least once every stream. Yeah, I'm on my way to you. Where are you?
Use my Elytra.
Holy Jesus! What? Wait, let me see you up close. Oh, you were just flying yourself. I thought you were on a Pokemon.
No.
See, that's what I mean. You're a god.
What I found in the desert.
Yes.
Whoop.
That's your Primarina, yeah.
Yeah, here's my new one.
Wait, is this a shiny?
I found a shiny Shelgon.
Oh my god, dude, he's so big. Wait. Eh. Shiny party. Yeah, I got my first shiny already, by the way, on the time that we were playing offline. I didn't record it, but I got it from an egg. So I got Squirtle from an egg. He's shiny. He's awesome. Yeah. But where you got this one? You just saw it walking around?
I found it about 3,000 blocks that way.
Holy shit.
And
How
it's
did you go so
mine.
far?
I walked very fast. I'm very fast in Minecraft, don't you know?
That is true. But that's the thing. You are God. So
And you were gone for 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
The trick is it's gonna evolve in 5 levels.
Ooh.
Then I'm gonna have me a shiny Salamence.
Nice.
Do I have a Salamence?
I still think it's a little stupid that I cannot ride my evolved Pokemon anymore. This was my mount. I do not have any other that I can. Can I ride Slowpoke? No. That would be very slow if I could ride him. And he's tiny. No.
Oh,
Thank
look,
you for
an
catching
Arachnid.
my bad joke. Thank you.
Hey, Muffin, what do you think of this one?
What the hell is this? Is this a
The bubble
boss?
spider. No, it's just regular. It's just a regular Pokemon. It's just huge.
Really?
It's just a giant spider.
I need it. If you fight a Pokemon, then it will always be this giant?
No, this one's just. Actually, no. This one's slightly larger than average.
Really? Just slightly.
Yeah, I don't even know how big the biggest one of those can get.
Oh no, it's headbutting me. Oh. Oh. Explosion! Wait, can he do water attacks?
Yes, it's a water spider.
Okay. Ooh, what is the whoop whoop? Wait, let me pause the music. Check this. What is whoop whoop?
I think it's immune to fire.
Okay, that's a good applause. Whoop whoop. What is the positive fight? Oh no, the kill has added a lot of the items on the Stream Element store lately.
I am touched by your support.
I am touched by your support. Oh.
Go Shelgon.
Okay, this one and then I will stop. But I love this one. It's so cute. You're gambling away your muffins? Oh my veggie. Wait,
you can gamble your muffins?
Yeah, you can gamble with your muffins. Like the muffins are just basically the Stream Elements points.
Oh, that kind of muffin. I thought you were talking about the other kind of muffin.
What kind of muffin you talking about? Me?
I thought you were talking about like the muffins you redeem every time you join.
Oh, I do want to. Oh yeah, yes. I should never do that again. I actually did from Troll Down.
That's not how many muffins I have.
What? So the whoop whoop I added. Okay, wow. I do have to remove some, I think. I added those at the very start when I didn't have like channel points and I did have Stream Elements. But I didn't have channel points yet because I wasn't affiliate yet, and then I added like the stream element items, but I never used them because I couldn't figure out how to redeem them. So I kind of forgot what they are.
Since when did you get a Galarian Farfetch'd?
I got it.
Oh.
It's a badass. It looks very angry at the world.
Yeah, that one can evolve into Surfetch.
I still it has a little shield, right?
Yeah, shield and a giant beak.
So I'm gonna train it. Normally,
I
a
think you
Farfetch
need-
can never evolve, no?
I think you need to evolve it while it's holding a specific item.
Yeah, leak. I
Yeah,
think
the
it needs to do like. I tried to figure it out because I thought like, wait, I don't know this Farfetch. What is this Farfetch? And I saw like, yeah, it can evolve. Like you can give it a leak because it has always like a leak, so it can have like an actual leak item. I don't know. I think I might already have that one at home actually, but not sure. Maybe.
Yeah, you gotta give it to him for it to evolve.
But does he necessarily have to hold that to evolve or not? I thought it was something to do with like
Wormhole.
critical attacks.
Wormhole. Whole worm.
I got the giant spider.
Wormhole.
Wormhole where?
Over here.
Okay. Let me just. Okay. Hey. Okay, burp. Light degree. Ow. He sank in the water. I forgot he can't swim. Again.
I can't go in. Why can't I go in? Ah, despawned. Crap.
No, did you want in?
Yeah, I'm trying to get one. Because I got cool Pokemon.
Oh, hello. Okay. We can go on adventure.
Well, that's the plan.
We're already more adventuring than I've ever adventured.
Yeah. And you barely moved 2 inches farther than my
Almond's got a
mile or
fade
so.
jump.
Huh?
Actually got a really good fish. He was catching fish as well, red eye fish. There's 2 normal fish and 1 trash.
Look, there's a Zoomeril.
Zoomeril? What is that?
A Zoomeril.
What
Remember
are you?
Meryl?
Yes. Yeah,
basically-
yeah. It's a bunny. Bunny.
And it has the ability huge power for some reason.
It's always like, I don't know, it always reminds me of like the Easter
Water
bunny. I
Pikachu.
don't know why, because it looks like an egg, I think.
Well, in my opinion, it's a water Pikachu, but that's just me.
Water Pikachu? Yeah, okay, I do get that. It has the same face,
Yeah.
basically. Let me.
Pikachu is everything and everyone. And all.
Pikachu everything. Only a Galarian Farfetch can evolve. Yeah, so normally Farfetch cannot evolve, but the Galarian one, they can. I've never seen it, but they can.
Yep. It turns white and it gets the big sword shield.
Did he just leave? Yes. Okay. Was just checking. Okay. Giving 1 leak increases its critical hit chance. To evolve a Galarian Farfetch, you need to land 3 critical hits in a single battle. But is that the same rules for the Pixelmon? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, as I said, I think I might have a leak at home. What the fuck are you? What is this? This Cleopatra ostrich.
You remember those little floating yellow things?
Is it Cleopatra? No.
That's what it evolves into.
There's so many Pokemon I've never seen. It's yeah.
Well, that's because they've had like 700.
Thank you for the follow. Guess who betcha? The school betcha? That's a cool name?
That's a name.
That is a name. I hope I didn't butcher it, but thank you. Hi, welcome in. Lovely to have you. Oh, you're from the Army of the Dead. Hi. Awesome. I don't know everyone yet, so I gotta check out everyone. I just got entered to the Army of the Dead in my last stream, which is amazing. I'm so hyped. You're also. What do you play? What kind of games or what kind of content do you stream? Army of the Dead. Fuck yeah. I am happy to be in another stream team. It's awesome. I do not stream. I'm just a huge supporter of you guys. Oh, awesome. Oh, veggie. Oh, okay, that's good because I was thinking like, okay, if you're also a streamer, we can give you a shouty to support fellow people also from the Army of the Dead. But it's still fucking awesome that you're a supporter of the Army of the Dead. Just said like I just got the invite from Bloodfarts last week. Yes, a huge thank you to Bloodfarts for inviting even to the Army of the Dead. Veggie, are you now also part of it or no?
Veggie's veggie.
Veggie is veggie. Yeah. She is great. She is. She is. And thank you so much for coming in. This is like I'm super happy to be part of it. And she is amazing. Yep. Yep. Super honored. And there's a lot of fun people in there. Like I know some people that also just got you said it just got entered and just got invited to the Army of the Dead. Like the amazing man of letters. No, no, no. Okay, I know you do not advertise yourself, but I am asking you. I do not like it if you're like, oh, I do this or that or blah blah blah. But I'm asking you. So it's fine if you want to. If you do not want to, then it's also fine. But I'm asking you. So you're good. I accidentally killed this dodo in one hit.
There's another one over there.
What? Another one?
There's another one over
But
there.
this is like Tiny Dogo. Oh, you're already fighting Tiny Dogo. Where? This is the other Bramblin.
Just
Do I
keep
already
going.
have this
Just
tiny
keep going this
dogo?
way.
I know it's a tiny lion, but it still reminds me of a dogo, so. The Litleo. It still looks like a tiny dogo, no? I think so. Yeah.
Kinda. Although it is a cat, but
Yeah, and that's why I was like, okay, I was asking for it because I do know. And then if Caspool is like a really big supporter of the Army of the Dead, Veggie is now also a member. That's why I asked. So congrats to you as well, Veggie. It's freaking cool. I like
Ethan
it.
help.
Is your Veggie?
Help.
Veggie of the
Help.
Dead. And I'm a muffin of the dead.
Gasp.
Chaos muffin. By the way, thank you again, guys. And yes, we are playing whatever kind of games we are feeling basically lately. It is fun. That is the vibes that we started with and the vibes that I have been missing. So I'm happy. In the last week only, I think we've played League of Legends. We played Fortnite. We played Minecraft. We played the Words. I think we did play Little Stardew, or was it longer ago already? We are currently doing a Stardew playthrough as well.
I love how I'm getting this dodo for you and keep going on different fights.
Yeah, because I didn't know where it was. Thank you.
I'm just over here trying to wrestle it back towards you because it keeps running away.
I couldn't find it, so I was just catching everything around.
Yeah, I'm over here like, here it is. I got it for you. I'll push it back towards you. You hurry up over there.
Well, I got it. Thank you.
The muffin has it out for me, guys.
No.
Believe it.
Did you already ploop this thing?
Nothing.
The
I got
waystone? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now we can teleport to here, no?
I believe.
That would be cool. And we can go on super turbo adventures. And thank you,
Yeah.
Veggie. Yes, yes. Like that's the thing, yeah, Veggie. Like I don't know, like I still have to check out the other people as well from the Army of the Dead. Jesus, I cannot talk again. But yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Man of Letters is also part of that, and the great Numi as well. So I do love it that we're just it helps with how do you say that? Just feeling
Community.
supported by each other as well. I don't know. Does that make sense? Yes.
Sure.
Sure.
Totally.
I'm not good at multitasking today. I socialized too much while barbecuing. I had to make small talk. Small talk. Where are you running? Every time I'm running towards you, I feel like I'm moving. What is this? What is that?
Poniard? Or...
Poniard. Why does he look like
Doesn't-
just a walking knife?
Well, he evolves into a samurai and then like a shogun.
Okay, walking knife is not that far off. Oh, barbecue. Yes. I went to barbecue at Mom's. It was good. It was good. I made some like veggie kebab thingies, so with tempeh and veggies in between. But I also grilled just normal like jalapeno burgers and was it chipolata sausages, like chicken burgers, like for Mom and my uncle. I'm a vegetarian, but I do like just barbecuing. Really unpopular opinion, but I do like grilling burgers and stuff. I just don't eat them. Oh gosh, I fell in the hole, Gray. I'm okay.
Hello.
To celebrate her new house. Well, yes and no. Like that's the thing. Like she has been telling everyone and everything about it. And I keep saying to her, "Mom, I love you, but you didn't buy the house yet. She hasn't signed anything yet. They're in the negotiations right now. So I do want to celebrate with her and everything as well. But like she doesn't even know when she's gonna move at some point. Like the people probably just want to move out February, I think. So she I don't know. She's just she love you but shut up about how. Well, the thing is, she keeps saying, "Oh, I should tell the neighbors." I'm like, Mom, what if? Like, just hypothetical. I'm positive thinking, and it is an awesome house, but the sellers have been a little difficult because at the beginning they asked a lot of more money, and they went down a bit. But now they did accept, but like I still feel like okay, if there's people coming in that will just offer like a shit ton more money, that her bid is at risk, basically. So it will take like another week for her to just sign anything, and at that point, then yes, then she has bought a house. But up until that point, it is still unsure, and I would just hate it if like the sale doesn't go through, and then she told everyone about it. Because that it makes it so much worse. I don't know. Then everyone will be like, "Oh, you didn't buy it? What?" And then you have to explain to everyone. Like if you've signed the thing, then you can just yell it from the rooftops. And then you also can tell like, "Okay, I will move then and then." If they've accepted it, they should go through with it. Well, yes, like that is yes, but still, you have like as a seller, you still have like a time period as well where you can change your mind. So if there's other bids coming in, you can still change your mind. You can basically still change your mind up until the moment that you sign stuff and people already pay you an advantage, and then you're locked in. But then still, I think you have like another month to just say bye bye. Because my parents did want to move earlier already when it was still both of them. They wanted to move to like a more smaller house when we moved out, and they actually found a house, and they already were like in the bidding process, and their bid got accepted. And then a week after, the people that were selling it, they were like, "Wait, but it's just like also just going to be like a man and a woman and no one else. But we're also just like a couple, and we're selling it because we're downsizing, and well, we don't want to sell it to just like a couple like us because that feels weird. And we might just reconsider or rent out the house." And then they just pulled back from entirely selling the house. Well, they were already like imagining where to live, and my dad was convincing me to just move with them because at that point I was looking for my own apartment, but was still living at home. So he was just like already like deciding my room and everything, so I could just move with them and everything. And they were like, nah. No, but yeah, it's what? Damn, that's illegal here, really? But that's the thing. So you can like verbally accept an offer, but if you have no written contract or nothing, then you don't have anything legally.
Where in the world are you from where that's not
What?
legal? I'm wondering where Veggie's from.
Australia.
Ah, Australians.
But how does it work there then? You just say like, "Oh, okay, I'm just gonna buy your house," and then they're stuck. Like that sounds very simplified, but
That also sounds like impossible to prove in court.
like that's the
It's
thing.
like,
If you have
oh,
like
yeah,
a
the guy
verbal,
told
like
me
yes,
I
we
could take his
accepted it,
house.
but you have no money to prove it, or you have no written nothing,
Yeah,
then it is not
that's what I'm
valid.
saying. Like there's no way to prove that. They said like, I'm gonna go to court because this guy totally told me I could buy his house off him for $2 and a handshake.
Yeah. A verbal offer that is accepted is a verbal contract. Yeah, but a verbal contract will not
Is a
hold.
verbal contract even that binding?
Yeah, that's the thing that is not really binding. That does hold. That's what it means. Like if you were to abuse that kind of stuff, then yeah, you could just say
It's
like,
totally
hey,
impossible to
I
prove.
say that guy agreed with me indeed, like to buy my house for like $2. That's what you said.
Well, I mean, it can be proven if like it's recorded, but like
Yeah, okay, but then you do have proof, and then if you have like a verbal contract that you show
that
it
one
and
makes
it's recorded
sense.
and there's proof, then yeah, but
Like any other way, that just sounds stupid.
yeah, no, I'm just wondering. Like, it is also kind of awesome that there's that kind of trust in people. I mean, that is a cool thing, but I'm just wondering how it works, basically. That is also true. Like, if you're found to be lying in court, there's huge consequences. Because then you're, yeah. But still, how would they prove it, Veggie? Like, if we go with the scenario, how would they prove it?
I love how we're getting so into this conversation.
Hmm?
I love how much we're getting into this conversation.
No, but I'm intrigued. Polygraph machines. Okay, yeah. So you just hook up someone on like a lying detector machine.
Yeah, those things are faulty as crap.
That is, yep, okay. But there are still ways to fake that.
Like they never work and they're somewhat easy to get around. It's like
Eagle, thank you for the lurk, my man. How are you doing? Those emotes are awesome.
Hey, Moofin, there's a big scary monster over here. I'm gonna go beat him up. Give me your lunch money.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch the squirrel. Scorupy? How do you pronounce this? Squirrel. I'm
Yeah, you gotta write the time.
I'm Merberpin. Yeah, they aren't 100%, but also most people usually don't want to take it to court to begin with, as it isn't worth it. Court isn't cheap here. That is also very true. That's the same here. Like that, I feel like that is like sort of like an American thing to say. Because here, like even if someone fucks you over, you still have to have like the resources to start like the whole trial and everything. And then you have to hire like a lawyer and everything, and then trials and stuff take years often. So by the time you will get like something done, your funds are already like fully depleted and shit. So things are expensive, which is also kind of stupid, but yeah. Okay, I keep fighting random Pokemon. I'm just gonna run from this one. Goodbye. You poisoned my Pokemon. I don't like you. Bloop. Okay, now to fly black to black. Fly back to green. I cannot talk today. Well, when can I? But
Nothing.
Hi.
Attack.
Boop.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
I got a plushie box.
What's inside?
Okay, let's open. I got a golden one and a normal one. Are you ready?
Yeah.
The first one I got nothing and I was sad. Okay, now we're gonna do bloop. Wait, how do I use? Oh, it's nothing again. What's this? Like you get 3 strings, so that's it basically. Okay, what's this? Was it just strings? Do they just not drop plushies?
They do. You just got unlucky.
Even with the golden one. No, smack me. Bloop, bloop.
Big minty dragon. Go.
I got another Pokédisc. I got still like 15
my
rare
Pokemon's
candies.
evolving, and you're inside it.
Oh gosh. Whoa, he's big. That's an awesome dragon. Basic core cost can usually start around 10k. Yeah. Oh my gosh, he's great right now. Wait. Are you flying your dragon?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Holy shit! Oh, I'm so high.
I think you're faster than I am.
I'm super fast. No. I think we're just as fast. Or you're faster. I lost you. There you are. Are you pressing Control or Shift or no, not Shift?
Nope.
Just normal flying?
Yep.
Wait
Yeah,
for me.
leave
Wait for
behind.
me. I want to see if we go the same speed. Wait. Okay, you go faster, I think, or not. Or the same speed still. Wait.
I mean, I left you behind until I turned around, so.
Okay, you ready?
My finger's not even on the button.
Oh no, I want. Okay, yes, I'm up. Okay, I think we're traveling it. No.
And now I put my finger on the button.
Wait, but the control is that like running or no?
Cruising. What?
You added the Harry Potter house command. Be right back. Gotta go quickly to the shops and grab some food. Oh, good. What food are you gonna get?
No, what? Boo! I've always been put in Slytherin every time.
Really?
Yeah,
Like I've been just talking about it because that's the thing. So I was watching like Man of Letters earlier, who rated in, and he's playing Hogwarts now for the first time. And we're watching talking about it because then you have to do like the test, and you get the profile. They base your house on that. And I've always got a like mix between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Like I've basically just been a Hufflepuff, even though I wanted to be something else. I was a Hufflepuff. But then for the tests for Hogwarts, I got Slytherin, and I did my full playthrough as Slytherin. Yeah.
I've been a Slytherin no matter what test or whatever thing since I've been alive. Anytime it was a Harry Potter related thing, I've always been a Slytherin.
Well, I've evolved into a Slytherin, I think. But I'm curious now. Like apparently, according to Stream Elements, I'm back to being Gryffindor. That's awesome. Can you do it for someone else? Yeah, you can. Wait, Keel, do you want to try for Man of Letters? I want to see if he gets the same houses that he actually is now in the game, because that's, yeah. But Ravenclaw is cool, no?
Yeah.
But okay, yeah, if you're
They're
always
the
Slytherin.
wussies.
Do you like being Slytherin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
I
a
used to
jerk.
like think as a kid, because like, yeah, okay, it's written from like Harry Potter, and then the guys in Slytherin are meanies and blah blah blah. But the Slytherin house is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool, but every single person in it has done something horrible to the world.
But like, if you look into like the whole history from Harry Potter's and everything, in the end, a lot of the people have done horrible things. Like Gryffindor, they are portrayed as amazing heroes and everything, but they also did some shady stuff.
Mm.
Like they yeah, it's more like what they're viewed as, I think. But yeah, there are some horrible people in Slytherin. Yeah. and and what house is Kill? Okay, wait, I want to test.
Crap. I
There's
tried
like
getting you a cool Pokemon, but I killed it.
Man of Letters is Slytherin. That's not. He was Ravenclaw. Your house got swapped.
Hmm.
What?
They moved
Kill
him.
Slytherin as well? What?
Did you know that there's a sushi Pokemon?
Wait, do you want to show me with like the statue thingy again? And I can finish my smoke while watching Pokemon. But yeah, like I fell asleep again. welcome back to Living Milo. We're still playing some Pixelmon. We got raided by the amazing Man of Letters. We made some new friends from the Army of the Dead. Oh, we're just chilling.
A muffin. Sushi Pokemon.
It's just little shrimp. Oh, yes, sushi. Okay, so he has rice on his bottom. Does it have evolutions?
I got 3 forms though.
It's even tinier.
Well, that's because I made it extra big. But, those are the 3 forms it comes in.
What's it called?
Tatsugiri. It's a dragon.
But okay, does it have evolutions?
No, but it has a teammate Pokemon.
It's just a tiny baby dragon.
Yeah, but it teams up with this one.
The fuck's that?
That's Dondozo, its teammate.
That is his teammate?
Yeah.
Is it always that big?
No, this is just as big as it gets.
Like, excuse me.
And this is how small
It's not even the size of its eyeball. Okay, is that normal size?
That's mini.
Mini? Okay.
Here, this is regular size.
Jesus.
Also, there's wormhole over there.
That's what I mean. Like, like the tiny Pokemon is not even the thing. So how do I check the weather where I live in chat? Slytherin is probably the most likely house for me, followed by Gryffindor. Yeah, I can see that. I see that. Hey, I do like that one. I do that go. Ah, oh my! No, you put me in the. Oh, I don't want to be in the Whiskas. No, nah. Wait, what's this one called? Not Whiskas.
Wailord.
Wailord.
Yeah.
And let me check. I don't know if the weather thing. We have Amsterdam, so we can check the weather in Amsterdam. But we had it for a couple others. Keel, do you know which weather commands we have? Or Milo, what location would you want to? Don't share necessarily where you live. Like Amsterdam is also not where I live exactly. I always say like it's an approximate. Don't get dedoxed or whatever.
Are you familiar with Deoxys?
But no,
The alien Pokemon?
I don't think so. No.
Here it is right here.
Why does he
And
have
the
just
different
like the swimming? How do you say that? Like the swimming floaty tubes, like the.
that's its arm. It has tentacle arms.
Yeah, but that's not a tentacle. It's literally like the swimming tube. I don't
Yeah, you
mind
want to see what it's
people in the city. The city's so huge. I think you
yeah, you
said
want to see
most likely, least likely. Oh shit, sorry. Slytherin probably the least likely house for you, followed by Gryffindor. I read it as most likely. Really? Yeah, okay, no, your core is like wanting to help people and be there for other people, and that's not necessarily. You're a Hufflepuff now? You're a Hufflepuff? And I'm sorry, I did mishear you. Yep. You are correct too.
Yeah, here's different forms, all right?
Why did they all move so? Okay, wait. I'm observing them from here. But how do they call like the swimming floaty tube thingies? You know what I mean? Where you can.
That's arms, yeah. Oh yeah, and then Pixelmon did their own special form. Do. Among Us meme. Anyway.
No, let it stand. No, get
Oh
it
my
back.
bad.
No, I saw it
was
from a
Among Us.
distance. I was leaking. Give me the Among Us one. Ah, okay. From a distance, I was like, why is it an Among Us? That's his face. Okay.
It's supposed to be Among Us. It's an Among Us meme made by the Pixelmon team.
I like it. There's also the
Oh, look,
Among Us baby pixel, like the other ones. There are more Among Us Pokemon. Which ones?
Hey Muffin, check it out. It's the it's Dugtrio's Gen 9 form.
Are they not Among Us Duckly? What the?
No.
Oh, I do. I have seen this one. This is just no. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
Walk Trio.
Yeah.
It's called Walk Trio.
Muffin.
You're just shocking me every time with all these new Pokemons. You're a Huffleclaw. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Am I then
Have you-
a Huffle? No. How do you say that? A Gryffindor? I'm a Gryffindor.
Have you seen a Lowland Dugtrio?
Yes, with the hair, right? He looks like She-Man.
Yeah, they're all behind you. Also, your Scarman.
Do they have them? I fucking love those. wait. Okay, where? Oh no, you built them there. Okay, but I fucking love those. Those are so ugly that I love them, and they all remind me of Little She-Man. Yeah, like the from the TV program thing. You know what I mean? Those are awesome, but I never seen Wuk Trio. No, that's definitely an experience. Fuck up my smoky again. Little bit. Okay, we're good. Why does everything? Yeah, okay. Bulbasaur is just number one Pokemon. No. Yeah, I was like, why does everything start as Bulbasaur? I sent the last message right before ads. Did not hear a response. Oh yeah. Sorry. No, I said that's awesome, like a Huffleclaw. I never thought you could just merge both houses together, but that sounds cute. And that is yes. I thought you're probably like a Hufflepuff, so I was closer. Yeah. I thought maybe like a Huffle Slytherin, but Huffleclaw makes more sense. And then if you're like a Huffleclaw, then I'm a what is a Gryffindor? A Gryffindor. Yeah. Because that's the thing, no matter like what test, like it was always like a sort of 50-50 thing. One time I got the one, and the other time the other. Yeah. Mm. Have you guys ever seen so many Diglets, duck trios?
Well, there's 2 Diglets, 2 Dugtrios, a Wiglet, and a Wig trio. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that's just also a
Blah,
Diglett.
blah.
These are all just this is a Diglett with hair, this is a bald Diglett, and this is a sea Diglett. Right?
Mhm.
Now it's an orange sea Diglett.
That's shiny.
That's how far Pokemon knowledge goes. Now it's an orange sea Diglett, yes. Some shinies are just weird.
Have you seen Wimpod?
Yes. He's like a little vacuum cleaner on the bottom, like a little bed bug. Giant bed bug.
Here's what it turns into.
No.
Uh,
No. More. But this is what I love to call the Great Poke Show. I do like this a lot. You can just summon every Pokemon ever. Oh, I like this. This is like a little lightning karma. I want that one. Wait, did I already? What is that one called? The little doggo.
Yamper.
Making a mess of the Pokemon here. Did I already get a Yamper? Yes, I do have a Yamper. Okay, so I gotta train my Yamper. What level are you? Level 20. Okay, bye, Teddy. Yamper gets now. But I also need like one to ride. That is already a fire one. Which Pokemon can you ride? Do you know or no?
No. There's a big list.
Boy. I want to train all the. Okay, wait. I'm gonna leave the Farfetch'd at home just to check if I have the leak or not. Then wait, if I summon this one, can I ride you? Yes.
That's what she said.
Who is here? Who is here? Star Wars! Wait, why does it only say Star Wars claimed his daily muffin? Oh no. Does Star Wars have too many muffins again? No, but like it only played the sound effect, it didn't show the muffin.
Is it supposed to show the muffin?
Yeah, where's my muffin?
I've never seen the muffin.
What? No, if you claim a muffin, then you get a muffin.
Hmm.
You never saw which muffin you were?
Once in a while. What the heck is Thunderbird? Boo. Boo.
The Thunderbird house? What is the I house? Which one is that? From what is that? Wait, look.
Ilvermorny
Okay,
is,
wait.
it's the American wizarding school.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got a peanut butter banana. Shit, I think Star broke the muffins again because Star is the record holder of muffins. He has so many muffins that it is impossible. But I thought I updated like the thing. Okay, wait. Muffins. No, we go to. Okay, sorry. Now I'm gonna forget about this. There, Twitch channel points. Daily muffin. Consumables. Inventory, gotta check through inventory. 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 Edit. Oh, but I set the default max amount now to like 1,000. 1,000 muffins. Okay, I'm just gonna update it manually to 1,000 muffins here as well. Max amount 1,000 muffins, or like 99999. 9999. Okay. If I updated this is the only thing that I know that I can check. Okay, Star, are you ready? I'm gonna open up the reward thing so you can claim another. To test if it now works.
Nothing. I think they're watching us.
What? Why is that thing behind you has eyes on his feet?
I mean, look up and you'll find out.
Okay, start. Test it. It is not a mountain. It would still say. I think it just blipped. That's, yeah. What? What is this?
It's a Pokemon.
Ow. No.
Look at that boat, by the way.
I fell in the sand from shock. Like, ow. Wait, let me fly up. Eh. Oh gosh. There you go. Oh gosh, I went way too high. Okay, I'm okay. Can I land on its head?
Oh, no.
No.
It's not solid.
Jesus. But that's like, what is this? What is this called?
Stakataka.
Snack attack?
And here's Celesteela.
Yeah, but that's sort of cool. That's like a giant bamboo. I do like that, but I don't know. I don't like the ones that just look like giant buildings.
This one's an origami samurai.
What could we keep? Okay, I don't know those. Okay. Well, it is like the last time it was an amount. It didn't claim those as well, so I don't know if it was the amount or indeed like it just blipped, like Kill said. But for just to be sure, I set the max now on like 9,999. So it's gonna be a while until we reach that. Okay, I think I cannot write this because it's still too small. I'm trying to figure out which ones I could write because I need at least one I can write to travel. But I want one that I don't have evolved yet, so I can evolve it and train it and stuff. But I don't think that's gonna be possible. Can I catch this one? Can I write? No, you're tiny. It would be just bad if I. What the hell is that? Yeah, I know the left one and the right one is just a D. Okay, from the Pokemon that we have, does anything look writable as a bad word? Mountable. That better? Also no.
Nothing that I see there on that list.
What is this again?
Yeah. Hey, Muffin, remember this one?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, it can also be this, right?
Yeah. I do have the. Which one do I have? Evolution of that one? Yeah, but I do have to get the other
Yeah.
ones. What?
Okay,
There's
wait,
also
so
the
this
orange
one-
one.
This one's shiny of this one. And here's shiny of the other one.
Oh, I like that one.
Right.
That
And then
one's
there
pretty.
is. And then there
But it
is.
is cute. I do like that.
And then there's this one.
Linoon.
And it's shiny.
It's a little
Would also
badger.
look like this.
That's a pretty badger.
And then this the dark one evolves into
Holy
this.
Jesus. What the hell? Only the dark one?
Yeah, the dark one has this one.
Why is he like ultra metal? Like fuck you.
That was a theme of one of the gym leaders. And that's why they also had this. You know, just cuz.
It's just like a punk Pokemon, so it can guitar riff. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I don't think I have any Pokemons now that I can. Right. I can travel maybe this one, but I don't necessarily want to have this one with me. But okay, I can travel the Afro Taos. Look. Yeah. Look. I got one. Oh, is that a shiny one or no? Is this punching crap? Punch crap. Oh,
Hey, move them.
I'm just catching everything in the meantime again. You gotta catch them all, no?
Gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon.
Gotta catch
Also, there's a weird looking Skarmory behind you.
Oh, 100%. It is fucking jam.
Rainbow Skarmory.
OG. Not OG. This is the OG.
Oh yeah, have you seen the here's Rainbow Ponyta. With a little messed up.
But the eyes!
Have you seen,
The eyes! Why do the eyes look like it's just on drugs?
Have you seen this one though?
That's just a little pony, My Little Pony.
And then there's
That is literally My Little Pony, okay.
And then there's this one. It can also look like this. Or this.
Okay, that's better.
And then there's this.
Nice. Still very much My Little Pony, but kind of cool.
Oh yeah, do you want to see what I want to get for my 6th Pokemon?
Yeah. Sure. Whoa. What is that one?
Pinsir.
No. This is Pinsir. What is that? Wait, Gray.
This is also Pinsir.
Gray. Purple Houndoom.
Yeah, it's a Mega Houndoom right there. It's a Bosch.
Can I attack it?
Sure, you try. It's probably like level 80.
Why?
Oh, here's a Pokemon you haven't seen yet, probably. Unless I lose it.
Okay, yeah, it's level 80 if I fight it with this one, and that's kind of not
tricky.
I'm gonna die. Wait, if I just put this one back.
Have you seen this one, the Movin?
And then I would take this one. Which one? Is that a sand rubbish? Oh, the sand castles. Those are also from Alola and 1.0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did play that game completely, like from beginning to end on my I want to say DS, but maybe Switch. No, wait. Yes. 3DS, yes, yeah. Thing is, like, I had like the Game Boy, then I had like the Game Boy Light, then we had the Game Boy Advance, then we had the Game Boy Advance Lite. Then I got a Nintendo 3DS. After the normal DS broke. But I cannot stand the fucking 3D that they have in the 3DS. I get such a headache from it. So it was like, oh, that's an awesome feature. And then every time I just turned it off completely. It was just, no. What is this? Is this a little pumpkin? I do like that. That's a pet with a pumpkin. That's cute as fuck. What is that one?
Pumpkaboo.
That's the original. Okay, so you know I have Pando Muffin. My original name for the Pando Muffin was Pumpkaboo because I wanted to call it Pumpkin, and then also like a boo boo. Yep. That's a good background story. Okay, I'm ready for more adventures, Gray.
Okay. Where we going?
I was following you.
Uh,
Wait, where are we now?
I don't know. Want me to beat up that Houndoom for you?
Yeah. Like, I wanted to try with, like, lower level
Yeet.
Pokemon, but I don't think I'm just gonna make it to level 81.
Damn. On my end, it's level 8. Yeah, I'm dead. Go, big creature.
Gray again.
It did nothing.
No, it has a shit ton of health.
Yeah, my Pokemon has 160 health on it. And I did no damage.
Or stuff.
Oh, I died. Anyway. Where are we going? Oh, you're fighting a Geodude.
Hey, did you just flee from it, or?
I ran away.
Yeah, it is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
They get
just
stronger than
kick his butt and then yeah, you can fly. Should we fly all the way to, like, the right, like, where is it, north, the east?
what?
Should we fly all the way east?
All the way where?
East, like to the right.
Sure. Bye. We.
I accidentally go up all the way every time. Nyong. It looks so funny. Like, I'm just sitting on top of his head while you're just merging in the dragon again as well.
On my end, I'm standing on its neck, so that's well working.
Wait, there's a Pokeball here.
And away from Muffin.
The Pokeball.
Mm-hmm.
Where am I? Here. Okay.
Trying to slow down as much as possible.
Got to mark that other one, but it's okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
What's the minute? I thought you fell to your death.
No, but I cannot get. Can I get up?
No.
Yeah, I can. I
Oh,
fixed
man.
it. I was stuck for a moment, okay? Like, the Pokemon just get stuck in the water. And that does not work. They go uppies. Oh, now it doesn't want to go uppies again. Okay, I guess we'll just stay this low. Where'd you go?
I don't know where I am.
Nyong.
Oh, wait, I think I see something.
Why doesn't it want to go uppies?
Oh,
Now
never
it
mind.
goes uppies again. And we're merged in the bird. Okay. Jesus, I went up way too far. Okay. What is this?
Huh?
What is this?
It's a well.
Odie! Hi, how are you doing? Did we complete the marbling already? I did participate in one marble, but then I got distracted by more Pokemon again. How are you doing today, sir? So cute. What are you today? A chocolate coconut muffin. Nice, nice. That's a good muffin. If you like coconut, that is, yeah. But it's a good combo, especially if it's dark coconut. Dark coconut, dark chocolate. Jesus, I shouldn't do multiple
I was
things at
about
the
to say,
same
what's a
time.
dark coconut?
I have no idea. My brain is very interesting today, Gray. I don't know what's happening. Like, that's the thing. I've been socializing during the day already, like for a long time, and in Dutch, and then every time I then have to switch back. I don't know. I have to figure that out at some point because otherwise I'm just brain dead
Wait,
every
muffin,
time.
you see dick?
Yeah. What is this?
Master ball.
Master Ball? Now you get this.
Well, it's a random loot, but it's a rare loot. I got glasses.
Ooh. Is this like where you found the Master Ball earlier?
Yeah.
Noise?
You can get all sorts of cool stuff.
Wait, this is horrible in third person? Okay. Where am I? Where's up?
Bye. I'm leaving you behind. We.
No! Wait for me! Coconut is better straight out of the shell? Can be
Fair enough.
good, can be good.
What a dive bomb.
Have you ever ate like a coconut straight out of the shell? Or you just have to spoon it like can be really good.
Muffin, help. Oh, never mind.
Help! Why help?
Look at me. When you get the chance, you'll see.
You're stuck in your hair, dragon?
Yeah, you'll just see my feet sticking out.
He ate you. It comes out solid, very crunchy. Yeah. And then you can drink the milk.
Look, there's a Poplio over here if you like Poplio.
What?
Poplio, my starter.
Really? Where? I want it. Yes. Get it. Because I like that one a lot. And I do like the one. It's just very pretty. I used to have that one in the Pokemon where you can also like do stupid like poke shows, like you would do like a dog show or something. You can dress up your Pokemon and do like the special Pokemon event
Omega
thing.
Ruby Alpha Sapphire.
I think so.
Was it that like regular Ruby and Sapphire from like forever ago?
Is this one of the? Is this a rare Wiglet or a normal Wiglet?
That's a normal Wiglet.
He looks so weird.
Wiglet is white.
He's so weird.
Just like me.
Weird in a good way.
I wonder if we're gonna find Vegas.
Uh-oh. I accidentally chose the wrong Pokemon. I did grab my Inky. This is not our Inky. It looks a bit phallus. Phallus? Which
Phallic,
one? Oh, yes. Yes, the weird Wiglet. It is.
Poor Wiglet.
Yeah, no, but yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah, he can't help it, but yeah, like a phallus.
He just wanted to be loved, but no.
Yeah, no, but no. Like that's the thing. Every time they just made him weirder, and yeah, like that's the thing. I do like the weird Alolan version a lot because he reminds me of She-Man always, and that's just funny as fuck. Yeah. But other than that, I don't know. Yeah, I have to switch out this one, but for what one? That was it. Switch them out because of the bus. That was it. Hey, where'd you go?
I kept going east a little bit. I'm walking so you can catch up.
Okay. You're swimming.
Yeah.
Won't you drown? I don't know.
Eventually, but if I just keep sticking my head out of the water like this, I'm breathing like a whale. Fat enough to
Automod
be.
is on a tantrum?
Huh?
Is he? Was your message blocked? Really? I don't see it. Can you see the Automod thingy's gray?
I did not see that. That's like really far back.
No, like I think it's blocking Odie. Maybe.
Oh, because it doesn't like you.
But yeah, okay. He wants to say things are valueless. So yeah. Maybe. Maybe that is fair.
Hey, Moop, and I found another Master Ball loot.
Odie, have you already seen like the special Pokés in chat? This is a normal one, but we are gonna have another special one. Did you find more special loot?
Ooh.
We
I
oh
got an
shit, oh shit, oh
share.
shit.
And she's dying, apparently, from what it sounds like.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm okay. Just like my bird just drowns every time it just touches water with its little pinky. Like it's just like,
Yeah.
oh no, and then like you drown because you sit on the bird and then you drown with the bird and yeah, no, just
Why are you drowning birds?
No, the bird like if it touches water, it's like just gone.
Muffin's drowning birds, guys.
You haven't gotten a special one? Oh, Stream Wembless was just cleaning up the waters. It's just catching some skateboards. Fishing is still working. It's good. It's good. Yep. How are you doing today, by the way, Odie? You doing good? Oh, this is a village. This is a village. A Poke store. Okay, wait. I gotta mark. Poke store. Oh.
Loot it all. Ooh, Pokeballs and Ultra Balls.
Ooh, this is the first Poke store we found.
Help.
Are you okay?
Free.
Okay.
I got trapped upstairs. And I had to climb out the window.
What is this? There's the water. Yeah. Hello, shopkeeper. Okay, I can sell stuff as well. Oh. What do you sell? DMs! This is just like a real Poke store. Okay. You're chilling before bed, you got work in the morning. Oh, good. I hope you have a great day at work tomorrow. Galarian TMs? Damn, those are expensive. Wait, do they have what TMs? Wait. Blank TR? What's a blank TM? What does a blank TM do?
I don't even know.
Can you imprint it and learn like someone else? I don't know. Never seen that.
All I know is I ran away again.
Much money? Can't just buy.
I found another Master Ball.
Nice, good job. I just bought all the. This is all your Pokeballs. I'm gonna attack this guy. No, I can't.
I don't have any Poke dollars.
You don't? But you get them from defeating. Wait, have you ever defeated a trainer?
Nope. Or have I? I have 48 Poke dollars.
Oh, I had like almost 8K.
Well,
But I spent everything now. Oh, I found another camera.
Either that or you accidentally sold all your Pokeballs I gave you. That's why you're rich.
No. I fought a lot of trainers. Why does my inventory keep getting full? Why do I have so many random stuff? Re-answer this. I have all the random stuff in the world. Got another Poke card back as well. Oh, I keep doing the. I get it. I keep doing all the Poke stuff. This is all just junk. Okay. I got so much junk on me.
I mean, when I look at myself,
Oh, film. Yup, yup. Oh.
a move and I found a Whiscash.
Whiscash?
Mm-hmm.
Whiz? You catch it? On the book, I think. My God, I gotta choose what I take with me because I don't have any inventory space.
Mm.
Is this it? No, this is not a gym again. I think every time this is a gym because they're all just huddled up together in one space. Oh, Odie, I didn't see your answer. Wait, a blank TR is a training data disk type of thing?
I think like copy move onto it. No.
Yeah, and if you copy then something from another Pokemon, you can teach it to another one. That sounds like makes sense. I'm sleeping.
Anyway, Muffin, you'll see it. You'll see a gym when you know. You'll know when you see it.
Okay, okay. I just slept in someone's bed.
For instance, a grass type gym is gonna be like a giant city with a giant tree house in the center.
Okay.
Like you'll know a gym when you see it. It's just like a giant city with a giant building in the center of it where the gym leader is.
Giant. Yep. There's a
Basically,
guy
yeah.
that has a quest here.
As a matter of fact, I think I saw a gym a while back when you weren't
some
online.
apricorns. Wait, but he wants apricorns. I just sold them all. I have a pink one. Does he want this one? I have to give it to him. Oh, I just dropped some. Okay, wait. Here you go. Why don't you want this? The hell is your problem? Okay.
Look,
He
a
just
gym
wants some
leader.
apricots. I
No.
have an apricot, but he doesn't want to take it. Why not?
I feel bad for this poor guy. He's using bug types and I have an ice type move.
I'm just gonna feed all my rare candies to Squirtle.
Poor Squirtle.
Why?
He's gonna evolve, but
He's getting candy.
Force feeding candy.
It's candy, just a piece of candy.
That's gonna be a weird looking Wartortle.
He is running away from me though, so you might be right, but he's evolving. Okay, training data disk type of thing. Okay. We got a Wartortle, and he's purple. Okay, more. Oh, it's more so I can actually use him in battle, because now he's just useless, and I feel bad for that.
I think I found the thing.
Fish.
Yes! Move in.
Wait, rain dance, you use for someone to have a rain dance. Or in water, bit better.
I found you a thing. To complete your team.
Ooh, okay. Thing is, like, I'm debating if I want to keep Protect or Rain Dance. What do you think?
Protect.
and just not learn it. Okay. Ooh, wait, Dungy. Ooh, am I on time? Doing. Yes, I am on time. Thank you for the Dungy kill. Okay, where are you? Where are you? Where did you go? What? Oh, all the way there. Back in the ball. Go out of the ball. And fly degree. Whee!
Anyway, I got you a Galarian Slowpoke.
Oh yes. Oh yes, I need a full
The-
team of slowpokes in the end.
Yeah, it's the one with the yellow on it that turns into the purplish one with the gun with a gun.
The gun?
Its move is called its ability is called Arm Cannon. It's like instead of like on its tail, it's got it on its arm. It's literally like a gun.
What the hell? Okay. I don't know. Wait, you did show me, yeah. Oh, okay. I'm flying, people. We're flying. Flying on this Skarmory. Junk loading is slow. Yeah, it is very slow, but I'm a little bit high up. So that's probably I
You're
don't
high up and
know.
also flying fast.
Yeah,
Also, you're going in the wrong direction. I don't know where you're going.
going the wrong way now.
Yeah, you're going north.
Oh
I'm
my god, I was
south
going
of
the
you.
wrong way for a long time now.
I'm very south of you.
Yep. But yeah, you see everything just popping in like floop, 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 floop. It does look really slow. That's the thing, like I am moving fast through the world. I've never been here, so it is loading in. Like, if I go back, no, it's still like a little bit insane. I don't know. I probably also have like I'm playing on the gray server, so like local. So probably have high ping. That would make sense. What is this? There's a house here. Great, I'm gonna pay a visit to the house and then continue back to you. Why is this house here? What is this? Oh, oak tail. Hey, leak. Yes, please. So many random things here. Oh, it's just butterfish, pink zone. Okay. There's an upstairs. Eee. This for diamonds. Oh, I have too much shit. You can preload advanced chunks and settings. Oh wait, let me check. But yeah, this is good loot. Okay, where do I set it up? Video settings. My render distance is 10 chunks. Brightness is 10,000.
Running away from the muffin all day.
That is true, but it was set to like this. I want to test how it runs because my PC should be able. Was set to. Oh, Washington.
I found a thing. It's not a gym, but it's a thing.
Game looks a lot better now. I forgot, like, I have played Minecraft but a long time ago. Okay. Ow. Okay, now we gotta test. Oh, this looks so much better. Like, it's still just Minecraft, and the difference on stream is probably not even that much, but it, Elite. Okay, okay. Oh, Odie, this is your chance. Your first special Pokemon.
Lopunny?
Yeah.
Well, of course it was a Lopunny.
What? I am on my way back to you.
I got a Corsola.
Okay. And now. What? Yes, okay. 30. Is this better? Is it double the chunks? Is it better? I don't know, maybe? That's it? This with Optifine will probably look insane. What's Optifine?
That lets you see farther.
Like my Pixie can run it like it's on the fancies now. It just looks a lot better. Like I have played Minecraft with ray tracing on. Oh, that was gorgeous. Okay, I found another Pokestop. Okay, stop. Okay, stop.
There's a rare bug over here.
You gotta get you. Oh. Wait. F for me. Wait, a video translator for Minecraft that beautifies it? Wait, is that a mod?
Nice.
Okay, wait. First I gotta find gray. Then I will check. Yes, I do want it to look prettier. Where are you at, gray? Still there. What?
I'm on a mountainside.
Getting distracted by marking all the Pokestuff.
Going up in the pretty train.
Almost there. It originally was a mod, but Minecraft integrated it after Windows bought it. But
Windows bought it?
also
Yeah.
on the we're playing a modded Minecraft version.
Hey Muffin, have fun trying to land where I am. It's a little crazy up here. Ooh, a Noibat.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, my F doesn't. That's the thing. We are playing modded, so I can check if I can add it as a mod or something.
You'll probably add it on your personal side.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I do know that Microsoft bought out. Everything. Minecraft is now. Sarut.
It's a legendary monkey.
Uppies burp.
It's over here. I'm just gonna stare at it. Dang.
Are you down there?
No, I'm up here. I'm up all the
Wait,
way
I
up.
gotta land one
No,
second.
you're going down. You're going down.
I know. But the burp. Jesus, my burp got stuck. Okay.
You're my burb. Burb.
Like I didn't want to go uppies. Now it goes up. Oh, it doesn't want to go higher.
I found a monkey in this tree and it's level 70.
Oh gosh. Gotta get there the old school way. I gotta get my other few. I was like, why is this so hard? Okay. Okay. Okay, it's taking forever, but my bird doesn't want to go up higher. I don't know why. I'm literally mining my way to you with the whole stairs I'm building. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Fetchy. Wait, I do need to hydrate. I went to grab more water and drinks and then I never did.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, okay. It's too early of a version. You can always use the forge version. And we are using a forge version. Yep, I can check. Okay, let me get up this mountain because I'm taking forever to get Ray. Right there. Wait.
Who's a good boy?
Do we go to
Who's
park?
a good boy?
Yes,
Is it
Veggie, you
you?
are.
Is it you?
You choose? Okay. I can. Okay, wait. I'm gonna take a look. Gray should be here, but I cannot find him. And I forget. Is he under the ground? Is he on top of it? Am I blind? Yes. Is it also dark? Yes. He should be right here. I'm gonna stand right here and question. But okay, I could check. Karma love. Karma cookie. You choose. Oh, wait. Karmy. I look so fucking sweaty. It's still so warm here today. It's okay. I got this little bin here. I got it one for my friend, and I filled it with karma cookies, so I always have cookies here now. Okay, come on, Oppies. Hi, Bean. Okay, poacher. I'm a poacher. Shh. I'm happy. Come here, I'm happy. Yum. Okay, look. There she goes, always. Like, yes, thank you, Mom. I will turn my butt towards you now. Oh. I love your arm tattoo. Which one? One? Thank you. I got one like a sun here. Music thingy there. And then we got the flowers all the way there. Thank you, Milo. Thank you, Odie. Karma is enjoying. You can see a little bit. Of course, it'll be hot there when you have sun there on your body. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Hi, baby. Okay, she's happy. I look so sweaty though. Like it is okay-ish here now, but yeah, I did turn off my heater. My cooler. That difference is. The timer, no. Ah, that's the issue. I accidentally set it to timer. Okay, we're better now. Okay, but I want to check. You should see the other tattoos he has. No, but okay, I think. Like, yeah, you can, like, other than that, the only one that you can see is on my ankle. 5 a.m. and hot cheese. Yes, that's the thing. It doesn't cool down. Like, it has been 32 degrees during the day. And inside the house, it just stays very humid still. So if I turn the cooler off, I'm getting, like, sweaty and hot still. But during the day, it was like I took a shower, and then like 5 minutes after my shower, I was already like sweating. The ones you can see. No, but that's the thing. Like I don't have tattoos on other places yet. I do have one like but not gonna show. I can show you another time. I'm sweaty a lot, but I have one like on my ankle. But I'm wearing like a whole onesie thingy now. But yeah, let's go get them. Ooh, that's awesome. Your whole arm tattooed. Yeah, the thing is like, okay, so this is from right here to, yeah, my elbow bone. And then I have like the sun there. And I want to make this into entirely like a kind of nature-based arm sleeve. Tacos! Tacos. I will be like that Friday. Oh, good luck. Okay, I needed this. I love this one. I love it. Yeah. Having a party. Yeah. Yum. This is the long version as well. I'm down. Yum. It's 20 degrees here today, so I'm chilling. Oh, that's good. But the thing is, I'm curious. Like, I think it's inside the house is a lot warmer than outside. Yeah, it is 20 degrees outside. But I can't really open my window in the office when I'm streaming because then like my neighbors are like right in the other. How do you say that? Like next to me? Yeah. So if I open the window, I will keep like the whole flat awake. So that's not nice. But it gets fucking warm here now because the heat from like the 31 degrees is just stuck here. I can check in the living room how warm it is now, but I think it's still like 28 degrees inside probably. So that's also why like the earlier break it took a little longer. I got fucking bored. So I was like, you know what? We're just gonna go and smoke like yeah, I'm staying hydrated, but thingy, okay, yeah. I'm drinking this and it's like nice and kind of weird at the same time always. It has like pieces of coconut in there. Queensland summer suck, average 38 degrees and 89 humidity. Yeah, so that is like the thing here. So if it gets above 30, normally that was like very fucking rare, but climate change, nature, heating up, everything, blah blah blah. We got really high humidity, so when it was like the first heat wave, when everyone saw me literally just melting on stream before I got like a little cooling fan there, I measured it and there was literally just 100% humidity. And then it dropped down to like 89% humidity. And I was like, is that even possible? But it was like you go outside and you feel like you're just being smothered in like this warm, moist blanket. Yeah. Yeah, here it's like, yeah, we are like a land based on water, living next to the sea. Yeah. Remember to hydrate as well for everyone. Get a drinky, get a snacky, important. Our summers are at least 85% humidity during anything above. Yeah. I can check. Wait, the humidity shows there now as well. Now it's 76, but that's the thing. It is middle of the night and it's at its coolest of the day, I think. It is already, yeah, it is still very dark. So as soon as the sun will come up a little, it will start heating up. What is the weather going to be today? I know it's getting hot again later.
What's the muffin doing?
I'm doing a very Dutch thing and talking about the weather. Oh no, end of the week is going to be very hot again. But next week is going to be hot when I'm in the holiday home. And then I'm just going to go swimming every day. Fuck yeah. Because I can just swim from the garden, like in a lake thingy. That's awesome.
See the legendary or did it get away?
Hmm?
Did you see the legendary?
I didn't know where you were.
Oh,
Were you up the tree?
That's what the legendary was.
I couldn't get higher up, so Like my bird didn't want to go higher up. I don't know why. Was being a meanie. But I finally found you. And then I was really happy. Let me switch back to the thingies. That's nearly short weather. Our summers are always hot and our winters can't make up their mind sometimes. Sometimes it's literally between 24 and 30 degrees. Yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, you're always in shorts, so that makes sense. That's the thing. Between 20 and 30 degrees are normal Dutch summers. They normally don't go much higher, but nowadays it's just fucking warm. We have our first wildflowers and everything. That's new. Oh no, I murdered it. Oh yeah, I had an issue. Like my inventory is very, very full. So maybe I need to fly home at some point as well.
We can do that.
Fly home and fly back again.
Mm-hmm. I'll beat
Winters
you
usually
there.
have a chilled -30.
Hmm?
Odie has winters of -30. Unless I'm at home in summer, just boxers. Wait, unless you're at home in summer, so outside you're just wearing boxers, inside just nothing? Like what? Hey, Queensland weather. And Milo wanted to have some as well. You need a feet you were modeled for summer so you could stream without a shirt? I get that. Yep. Yep. Okay, great. I'm gonna fly home real quick. And then I'll get back to adventuring, I think. Oh, you're already flying home? Okay. Oh gosh.
I'm already halfway there.
I was all the way up in the sky. Now it went up. Okay, there's another Pokestop here. I gotta mark this. Where am I? Where am I? Bloop. Okay, stop. Speed. Shoveling snow is usually done in a t-shirt. With that temperature, you're more north than us, Muffin. Not by much, though. The thing is, like, we get winters of maximum, like, -10, and normally it's just, like, 0 degrees-ish the whole time. And it rarely ever snows anymore. Like, we get decent snow maybe once every 10 years. Like, it's been, like, the latest time that we had, like, really good snow. Has been, I think, at least 5 years now. I have no idea. Well, don't move here then. Well, that sounds super cold. Like, but okay, then you'd have like, I don't know. Are you just used to it, or do you have like special winter clothes? Oh, and that's what you meant. Shorts outside, boxers inside. Okay. Is that unless you're inside boxers? I read it the other way around. Both feel good and free, not gonna lie. Sleeping with nothing on his eyes, but I feel weird walking. Why am I... What?
Did you just fall out of the sky too?
I fell out of the sky. Why?
Me too, I don't know why.
I don't know.
Well, I'm home-ish. I'm 300 blocks away.
Burp is drowning again. Okay, we're good. Maybe the bird was tired? Is that possible?
What?
Like my bird just got tired? Is that possible?
No, mine just fell out of that sky too. I think it was a glitch from traveling too fast.
Okay. No, it's gonna go up again now. Now it goes up. Stupid. Okay. Is parachute pants normal pants? No. But it's good pants? No. I don't think I could ever get used to the humidity. But Veggie, you've always lived there. So how do you know you're not used to it and this is just like the best it can get? Maybe, you know? Humans are just not made for humidity. And you've developed an immunity to cold, essentially? This ain't the 90s. Well, maybe he loves parachute pants. If you wear them a lot, then yes, that's true. Then they become your normal pants. This ain't the 90s. But oh my god, I wish I could have like an immunity cold. You know, that's actually the crazy thing, Odie. I'm legit, and that is like a thing, but I am allergic to cold. Yeah. Like I don't have necessarily like I can not really stay in the sun too long as well, not with the mats and stuff, but I don't necessarily have sun allergy and stuff. But if it freezes a lot, I have to like put on like a shit ton of like face cream and everything because otherwise my skin just cracks open and it's not nice. And I get itchy. And I was like going to the doctor every time and they were like, yeah, you're allergic to cold. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? That's a thing? But yeah, that's an actual thing apparently. So that yeah. If it gets too cold, I have to wrap myself up in like shit ton of layers. I've been to other states where there's no humidity and it's so nice. Oh, okay, I can imagine that. And you compare it and you're like, yeah. Because as I said, like if it's really high humidity, it always feels like you have just like a really hot, warm, moist, nasty blanket just wrapped on top of you, and no, just no, not good. The Pokemon go up. Good job. They fly away again. Whee! I still got to check the mod thingy to make it prettier. Wait, I can do that while flying. You can multitask. Okay, how was it called again? I'm allergic to not complaining about the weather then. Well, then you should move here. Everyone always complains about the weather. If it's hot, it's too hot. If it's cold, it's freezing. If we got snow, everyone is happy for like half a day and then the snow is annoying. Like Dutch are really, really good at just complaining about the weather no matter what weather it is. There's always something wrong. It can be nice for like half a day and then it's like, oh, it's too hot, it's too cold, it's too this, it's too wet, it's, I don't know. Yep. I still like it coming from you, Milo. Of course it will hot when you have a sun in your body. That's I'm scrolling all the way back in chat because I want to check Optifine. What it was called? Yep, I love it, the snow, because you get to see it. That's I don't know how to drive in it. Yeah. Yeah, Optifine. So if I search, not mod packs, but mods. Oh, can I just search here? I wouldn't use Optifine with Pixelmon, no? Why not? I'm gonna park it for now, but why not? Oh, I got stuck in a tree. God damn it, I thought I was already there. We have to go higher. Why not? I'm kinda in a good sugar buzz, which ain't good at 11:50, no, because you have to work tomorrow, yeah. You can, but Pixelmon uses custom voxel sprites. Optifine is not made for that and might get a lot of visual bugs. Oh, and the Pokemon look more buggy, no. Pokemon look okay now. Okay, we can try that out another time. There are some other Minecraft mods that I would like to test in the future as well. I do want to do like creative builds as well at some point because that's super relaxing. And then we can use all the mod packs, everything. This is also a Poke Store. Yeah, I already went here. Where am I now? This store. Music is a little loud. There you go. Look. What's that? Let's see. Oh, another Pokestop. It takes forever for me to get back home. I get distracted by everything, Ray.
Yeah.
But I get like shit from the Poke. Like, there's just now an egg here. Because I don't have space for anything.
Mm.
Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. We just go straight home, no distractions. No more stops. Just one straight line. Yep. Promise. Okay?
Mm.
Some people on Reddit say BSL is fine with it. Yeah, shader pack might be fine. What is BSL? With the pixel one? That also like a shader pack is also I install that as a mod thing, yeah. Wait, there's also a Pokestore. One is close to home. Yeah, I'm adding waypoints, but I'm not stopping. No count. Oh, my egg is hatching. I can't see anything anymore. Okay. I hatched a Lileep. Lileep. Lileep.
Mm.
Oh. Oh, is the Pokemon stuck in the height again? Yes. Let's see if we can make it. Not sure. Maybe. Can I go higher again? Whee! It's all
Whee!
shaders, it's what it called. It's a shader pack. Okay, Optifine changes the rendering though, so that one could break visual things. Yeah, okay. Okay. Wait, what is also bogus? Ich. Put them in there to reset my Pokemon. Oh, where am I now? Door, bloop. Wow. Getting EP. Go uppies. Yes. It just goes up like extremely high or like barely at all sometimes. I don't know. Flying is, yeah, is something. It's an experience. So please stop. Look. Okay, love how Journey Map runs on his own though. No mod pack or anything needed. Journey Map?
Mm.
What is that? Is that this thing? That big map you have. That's the thing that I'm using now. Ah. It's not in front from the mod things, really? I thought it was also from a mod. Keep adding like markers everywhere. It is nice. Then if I want to do like a Pokestop run, I can just find all the white markers. We have explored a lot. We've done a nice circle. Yeah. Gonna add some that I forgot. Oh god, another eye hatching. Oh, okay, I might die now. Oh. No, no. Okay. There's like a shit ton of enemies. Jesus. Fly. Goodbye. Unstable eggs are. I don't like
How'd you
it.
blow up?
No, it just spawned like a whole horde after me.
Hmm.
Trying to catch this. Okay, we have another special poke in chat. Okay, I flew too far now. Or no, where am I?
Where
Yes.
are you?
Nyong. Nyong. There's lava here. And a little weird city. But I see house. I see home. See if SOB is gonna work. Ah, I see my little apricot farm. It looks nice from up high. That's good. Way back on this one. Nyong. There we go. We made it. Cannot sleep. Okay. Everyone is all healed. Not really good enough. I can do blip blip blip. Okay, and now we gotta dump all my stuff. I have another incubator. Yes, do. And one of them. Gotta unpack that one. Yes. This one there. I have so much stuff. Oh, I need to change my book there. There. Look, look, look. Nya. There's a- Oh, this is a revive. Ooh. Okay, and for short. Oh man, these guys stats suck. Oh really? On the Bullfish, yeah, he has unstable DNA. Maybe they're just really bad Pokemon as well. I don't know. But yeah, I hope not. But let me check. Okay, we're gonna do one last check if I look back home. Okay, which one did you guys say? HP bad, special attack horrible, defense bad. Oh no. Okay, which one did you say? That was during my BSL. Okay, I gotta disconnect 1 second. Wait until it saves the replay file. We are like recording the Minecraft gameplay in Minecraft movie files, sort of, if that makes sense. Yeah, this hair doesn't want to fit. Okay, saving 99%. Sprinkle in more. 99%. Done. Okay. Wait. Did I just. Oh. Okay, now I added this one. Yeah. Okay. Some of these special Pokemons are interested. Oh, you got a golden ticket? Nice. Wait. Can I do this? Yay! I'm giving out Frambos. Nice. Okay, now if I start playing it again, what do we get? What do we get? Look. Nice. Do I also have a Poke ticket? Oh, I don't have one. Yeah, now we have to wait 20 minutes. But the thing is, that's why I was like, fuck yeah, I can do a Poke gift because you need always like at least 5 active people that are playing like the Poke community game. And now we've all did it. Yeah, they added a global one. Check 2L. Maybe that's on the cooldown now? Or... You did 16 in 5 minutes, boy. That Dex doesn't exist. Why? Why not?
Mhm.
But he's just trying to check like a Pokedex thingy. Okay. Right, I will show what I'm doing. How do I know if the shaders are working? Are they working right away?
I do.
Like, does the game look different? I did make everything look fancy. It's being pita, eh? Pita? Yeah. What's a pita? It doesn't want a poke check, but that's what I mean. 9 out of 10 times when I try poke check, it doesn't want a poke check. A pain in the ass. Hey, pita. What is that? Well, for me, it worked, yeah, sometimes and sometimes just no. That's what I mean. Other commands do work. It has been fickle, yeah. Okay, but I did the shader pack. And I set everything to fancy. Do we like how it looks now? Is it a difference? Is it better?
I'm moving.
They drop little tree leaves now and everything. Yeah. What
There's
did
a
you
giant
do?
horse beside your house.
What?
There's a giant horse beside your house.
Yeah, I know. This one.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't get it. Now poker check does work.
Weird.
Yeah, you have to check with the Pokédex indeed, like if you want to see like how many of a type or generation you have in your Pokédex. So that one doesn't work like that. Pokécheck does work again for piano. Did I really typo that bad? Now the thing is, you cannot do with a Pokédex a specific Pokemon apparently. It says please choose a generation or a type. What is that? Galsloking? Is that the
Galarian.
caps break it?
Body hurts.
It almost never works for me when I do Pokécheck. I have no idea why. Yeah. What hurt, Ray? Why are you dying?
Yeah, and my feet hurt from work.
Why? Work?
Mm-hmm.
You need to work tomorrow?
No, I don't think so.
Wait, Guild, you can do Pokécheck or no? No.
Mm.
I literally copy paste. Sad. That one does work. Do I have to specify what type of Pikachu then or something? Or no, so even if it's invalid, it should give the please enter like an invalid Pokemon name or ID. So even if we were to fill in something that shouldn't work, it should still respond. So maybe there's like a cooldown on it. But still, like Piano or like Rip, you did it quite quickly behind like after me. And then for Kill and Odie it doesn't work. Like Odie, if you copy paste the exact same thing with the Pokécheck Gal Slowking, because that worked. No spaces behind it, nothing. Hey, Quillfish. That's the exact same. Huh?
Huh? Huh? What?
Huh?
Who? When?
You have a Gal Slowking? Why is it not working? Now that's what I mean. I think there's like a weird cooldown on it. We're trying to figure out Pokemon community game bot. He's doing favoritism. Yes, for some people it works. For some people it doesn't. But for Odie now it did work. So I feel like there's just a really weird, yeah, a weird cooldown. Maybe it's just randomized or something in a weird way. I have no idea. But sometimes two in a row work and then the rest doesn't, and yeah, yeah. The next one down has even worse stats. Oh no. I said also horrible. Okay, buddy. Yeah, your Boka buddy is a girl slogan. Nice. Yeah, we do need to get that one. I have to look out that I don't murder their giant horse. Just barely any damage. Okay. Press that one. Look at them. It look like this one. Oh, well, that one. That one. Oh, there's a normal Pokemon. No leaguing today? No, I don't think so. I do need to league again, but probably tomorrow. Yeah. Today just Minecrafting. Yeah. I was somewhat learning through your stream. Aw. Well, maybe tomorrow. Like, I'm not done leaguing. But I was just really in the mood for more Pixelmon. It's been so much fun. I got the giant horsey. I got the giant horsey, Gray.
Wow.
Yeah, it took forever, but I did it.
Wow.
I don't need you. Come on, come on. Wait, let's fight with you. Wait. Where did you go? No. Go. No, don't run from me. There you go. Boop. Boop. Okay, catch you, ball. You got a hangry Morpeko? Oh, do you set your Quillfish as a Poke Buddy? Wow. What's my Poke Buddy again? A Pikachu. Of level 100. Yeah, because it's amazing Pikachu. It's a maxed out Pikachu. I don't even remember doing that or setting that, but yeah, proud. That's very shitty stats still, I think, but it is max level, like in my Poke Chat thing. I have a Poke Buddy stat of level 100.
Wow.
A Jigglypuff. I have to fix that stat because you had your Quillfish as a buddy. Yeah, okay. Now you got a shiny. That's awesome. Oh, you also got a shiny. I do have a shiny. How do you see that again?
Hey, Muffin, would it be funny if I threw something at you?
What? Where?
I'm gonna come there.
Well,
You won't even see it coming.
running my house back. Bam.
Charge. Look at their first or not. Hello.
Hello. No, that's my torch. Oh, what? What's that? What?
I tried to fix it, but it didn't work.
You broke my window. What's this? Stuffed potatoes. Oh my god, I love stuffed potatoes. Nom. Thank you.
I'm gonna sit here now.
Are you gonna be the new torch? Are you just gonna stand there the whole time? Or are you gonna be my new torch?
Well, you have the torch, so I can't do anything about it.
Odie, would it be funny if I threw something at you? Launches an arrow straight to the back of their head. No, it was just stuffed potatoes. It was actually kind of nice. Yeah, I appreciate it. But now you have to stand there forever until I have a torch.
You're holding it, so.
Okay.
Hmm.
Good job.
I made one.
I'm struggling. Yay. Yeah, but I have too much stuff. Wait, I need my Farfetch'd. Where did I put him?
Replace your torch. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, but
Uh-huh.
oh, that is awesome. I mean, do you want to do the other one too?
No.
Can I ride a giant horse? I think so. That must be
Probably.
it.
It makes sense.
Yeah, if I cannot, then it's just stupid.
Hey, Muffin. Let's
Want
do something
this
fun.
Want all the Pokemons have issue. We'll train you later. I like that one. What?
That didn't work.
Ooh, now I got an arrow in my house. What?
That's what happens.
What?
It deflects arrows.
Oh, it's a magic torch. Now my house is protected forever.
See, just won't launch that thing.
I'm still trying to find my Farfetch though. Oh, there. Okay, I'm just blind. We
It
already
just
knew
shut
that.
itself.
Okay, look, if I now give this one. Where are you? Where? There you go. And I got you a
Big
leak.
leak.
There you go. Yay, Farfetch has a leak. Every reward is rare or higher in for Poke Daily. Ooh! Wait,
Okay, Muffin. Make the Farfetch'd big.
I'm lazy now. I can click the link.
That's not how it works.
Hmm?
I was giving you a rare candy to follow your thing, but remember you gotta do 3 crits with it.
Okay, daily. I got, what is it? $500, 3 repeat balls, 3 geo balls, and 3 fantasy balls from Poke Community Game. I have no idea what a geo ball, fantasy ball, or a repeat ball do, but yay. Great. Farfetch now has a leak. He has a leak. Nuke. He has an actual leak.
Hmm?
I did it. Oh, he never claimed his Poke Daily. Oh, you're now doing it then. Nice. Yeah, then you get stuff like I did it at the beginning when I started playing. I did it a lot, but then I kind of forgot about it a little bit. We're opening Poke cards, people. Wait, there you go. You gotta see them all. Got a Meowth, we got a Goldeen, got a Lickitung, got a Jigglypuff, Snorlax, Rapidash, Grass Energy. Where's my card? I have my one card for good luck. Yeah, still the one card for good luck. Until I find the rest of my cards someday. I hope Mom didn't just sell them or just threw them away, but no. I poke daily as much as I can. I got 300 cherish balls. Nice. I never joined it. Well, yeah. It can be nice. That's the thing. Like at the beginning, I claimed it a lot, but now I kind of forget it. But it is nice. And then if you have it hidden somewhere in like a folder of servers, you can just do the poke daily and get to the server directly. Okay, we got another Goldeen. We got a double one. Another Jiggy. And we got a Seeking. Nice. Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm gonna make a nuclear reactor.
What? Why?
I don't know why not.
Mm. And this one is double. I think then I have checked on everything for double.
Ow. Old man.
I can trade with you for Poke cards at some point. I have 4 doubles already.
Hmm.
Yeah. I do Poke Daily where I can. Nice skill, nice. I never played the Pokemon Go or anything. Yeah, I did play it for a little bit. Like when it just started, I was really obsessed with it. It was good. And I used to have like a dog. Um, back at my family's place, like the family dog. Was then still? Yeah, yeah. When it just started, I think. And I used to do like little walks with the dog and then run beside like all the Pokestops. I'd make the dog a walk. He's a lot more fun. And I then did start it up again a little bit when I got Karma. Because, yeah, again, does make Doggo Walk He's a lot more fun. What is this?
What?
A smoke poke tail.
What?
It's called smoke poke tail.
No idea. Maybe it's smoked slowpoke tail.
I cannot eat it.
Yeah. Fun fact: slowpoke tails are a delicacy in the Pokemon world.
Are what?
A delicacy.
Really?
Yep.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I don't know. But in like almost every game, there's a weird scientist who's like.
Yeah, I do
he's,
know
like,
that they're like,
staring at
I want to collect,
slowpoke tails.
But no. Just no. And Skarmory. We feed Skarmory some iron. There you go. Your friendship and defense have
Yeah.
increased. I fed him some iron.
Oh.
I play Pokemon Go casually, been stuck on Catch the Ditto quest for 5 years. You never got a Ditto? Catch the Ditto.
I got so many Dittos.
That was so many. But it got harder to catch Dittos when more and more Pokemon came in. Yeah. I'll probably feed it to something, the smoke. Smoke, yeah? What happens if I feed it to my Slowpoke? Doesn't work.
What?
Oh, still, I tried to do the something with how do you say that? No, smoke poke tail. The Sandy Shocks Pokemon is interesting.
Sandy Shocks is. You remember how I showed you that past and present Pokemon or the future Pokemon?
Yeah.
Variants? Yeah, I believe Sandy Shocks is like the past form of Magneton.
Oh.
Yeah.
Scare me. What's this?
That's a Sandy Shocks.
No. It's just
Yeah, this
what? It's just a
it's
sprite.
it's only a 2D pixel art because
Yeah, I'm just running
this is
around it like
before,
it's just a sprite. It's what?
yeah, it's because before the last update. Anyway, I'll kill it for you. Give me a second. Or is it even there?
Not all 3D unreleased test ones are 2D. Ah, that looks
Yeah.
really no. Really no.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Don't worry. I'll get rid of it.
Thank you.
Give me like 8 years because this thing's tough.
Just gonna stare at it in confusion. Oh, it's gone. Nice.
Oh, yeah, here's a ancient Jigglypuff. I feel like Jigglypuff.
Do like that one a lot. I want that one. Scream Tail?
Yeah, it's ancient Jigglypuff. Mr. McNapkin.
McNapkin! Ooh! You got a 15 string. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Look, we're playing the Pixelmon. The Pixelmon. I want this. Can I catch this?
You could try level 60.
Yes. It's Slowpoke. Yes. We're gonna work. Wait, which two?
Oh.
You? Hey, Omnimouse, how are you doing? Wait. Yeah, we got more Poke Gifts. Wait, Minecraft? Yes, we're doing Minecraft, but we're doing Pokemon Minecraft. So we're playing Pixel, 4 hours, yeah. We've been playing Pixelmon for 4.5. Sorry, I was checking Minecraft, yes. No, I was checking the Pokemon and I missed chat for like 1 second. I was like, what? Yes, you are on the outie shouties. And we got gifts, fuck yes. Thank you so much. How are you today? I'm doing good. I had a barbecue. I am a little brain farty. I'm just gonna call it that, brain foggy, brain farty. Like I'm mixing up words and just like bleh. But Grace used it. Yeah.
I'm dead inside.
That's
I'm so
also a
tired.
reply. Yeah. Okay. Yes. But I'm doing good. Yep. How are you doing, Omnimouse? How is Mr. McNapkin doing? Wow. Toad School. Although it looks like Tentacle, Toad School is a completely different species. Its legs may be thin, but it can run. It can run. It looks like it. What? Wait, what? Wait. Toad School. It what?
Yeah, it's a new it's a Tentacool variant.
No, but it is not. No, it's a completely different species apparently, and it can run. This is just a fucking running tentacle. Okay. Nope.
It's a mushroom, I think.
Yep, it can run like crazy. I'm doing good, Omni. I'm doing good. Oh wait, it was probably just an ads, I think, in between. But no, I said like I had a barbecue earlier, which was really nice. Yep. But I'm a little extra brain foggy because I spent a little too much already socializing in Dutch, and then my brain has issues switching, and it's a little late. But I'm doing good.
Yeah, Muffin doesn't like English.
No, I do. It's not my first language, okay? And like if I stream and talk to people for a
That's
couple of
being
days, then I'm
bilingual.
doing fine. I'm doing good. Then my brain switched to English, but now I was running in Dutch for the whole day. So yeah, yeah. I'm not doing any damage against this one. I have no idea. He's decreasing my attack, I know, but I still should do some. Oh, I did a critical hit. Oh, if I do 3 critical hits, well, okay. If it's nice, then I might just evolve my Firefetch'd. Have you ever seen Pixelmon, Omnimouse? Blood farts! It's the only one and only queen, people. Oh my gosh, how are you? I saw you lurking. Thank you so much for that. We were hyping up the Army of the Dead before. We got someone in who's just loving the Army of the Dead and just supporting everyone from it, so that's fucking awesome. We're passing by, having some hot tub by? Hot tub? You're in the hot tub, Chili? Yeah. Wait. Hot tub time. That's awesome. That's good self-care. I'm jealous. Enjoy. Okay, I'm gonna play Clippy from you. Okay, I'm gonna try this.
This fucking
I'm trying
chocolate
to catch
lava
a
cake.
prehistoric Pokemon. Yep. We paused the music. What?
And I
Why does
dropped it
that
all
just
over
look
my
like a turd? What is that? Is that like the toilet candy or what is that? What? Then having a cocktail? Fuck yeah. You're living the life. I drop a lava cake. Oh my god, I saw it tiny. I was like, what? Because it wasn't a white ball thing, but a lava cake. You're like, yeah. Aw. Was it just ruined after that? I think so then, yeah. I'm sorry, you're offending your lava cake even more. Oh no. I've been so scared of that every time like I show food on stream. I'm like, I almost dropped my whole plate of pasta one time. Yeah. I'm just gonna try with like basically no damage done. So is this yeah? Not yeah, no. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Should I just try again or should I keep trying? I don't know. I'm gonna keep trying for now. Yep. It just keeps decreasing everything I can do. Okay, it's fine. There's chocolate stuck on it. Oh no. What the fuck? Iron moth? No records exist of this species being caught. That is lacking. But the Pokemon's traits match up with an object described in the notebook. Oh, you got your first muffin! Your first muffin is a maple pecan one. His name is so blessed. Yeah, so Omnimouse, if you don't know Bloodfart, she is awesome. She's amazing. The queen. She's the queen of the Army of the Dead. And that's the newest stream team I'm in. Because the last stream she
You're the
surprised
leader of the army of the dead.
Yeah, this is the only one, the true leader of the Army of the Dead. Yep. No, but yeah, I got invited by her. That's amazing. Here, I follow them right now. W. It was a good moment. You surprised me so much last stream. I kept smiling for like hours. Like it was a good ass stream. Okay, am I just gonna? I'm gonna try with like 3 Ultra Balls, and otherwise I'm just gonna leave it. I barely did any damage, so I don't know if we're gonna make it. What? I did it!
You did a thing.
I did it!
Nice.
I literally was like, I'm giving up. We're not gonna make it. No, never mind. And holy shit, it's amazing! Okay, the popper has to wait for a little bit. I need to see this one. I got it with an Ultra Ball. Oh, is she so pretty? Okay, I'm happy. Thank you for this gift. Did you spawn it in, no?
Yeah.
Thank you for the gift. But do
How
you
about
have
do
like
something really
wait?
stupid? Huh?
Oh, I'm still curious. Like, Bloodfarts is just having like a little hot tub time and like a cocktail. Do you have like a hot tub in your garden or something, or is it like an inside one, or like it's not that common to have a hot tub here? It's like a luxury. It's very fancy, and 9 of 10 times it's like in the garden. It does sound really good. I'm sleeping. You need a mint. You unlocking all these adventures and achievements. Adventures. I still carry an unstable egg with me as well. Wait, here. You can see the whole thing. This is an unstable egg. I did get the shiny, like from one of the unstable eggs. I do have my shiny Squirtle. That's not a war turtle. But yeah, 90% chance that you will just die.
Hey, Muffin, I did a thing.
What did you do?
I made a big Pokemon outside.
Where? Tauros? Oh. This one? But he's big always, no? No, he's
Oh,
not.
you're going the wrong way. Towards my house.
Yeah, I am in front of your house. Holy. Jeez, is that a statue or?
No, that's a real Pokemon.
Oh my gosh. You
I tried to make
showed
it bigger, but it didn't work.
You tried to make it even bigger. This is just like a monstrosity just hovering
There
over
it is.
your house.
That's the big one.
But these are actual. Oh no.
Yeah, that's the biggest Pokemon there is.
So okay, if you were curious about what you can do in this game,
I'm just messing around as an admin. Don't believe her.
what the hell?
Anyway, I'm just gonna let those things die. They'll die on their own. I'm gonna, yeah.
Are they
Oh my
gonna
God, it's literally-
despawn at
it's literally
some
hitting the
point, or are they
clouds.
just here to stay now?
It's literally hitting the clouds. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's colliding with the clouds, like sort of, not really. No, yes, no. Looks like I don't know. It's just kind of stuck moving. They don't have enough space. My God,
You
they
wanna
need
see
an
something-
entire
wanna see
planet.
something goofy I can do?
They're stuck at each other or something. They're like,
Hey, Muffin.
yeah. Well,
Check this
what?
out.
No, he's fucking cursed. Look, no.
I don't think she likes Toad School, guys. How about this one? Wait.
Okay, that one is okay. That one I accept. I don't know why, but it still looks like he is sort of swimming on land. So it's still like a jellyfish, but this one, he just runs like a you. Oh gosh, no. No. He's like a nightmare tentacle. Yeah, no. No. Like if he's standing still, he's just like a sort of weird meme version of it. But the second he starts running, I'm no. Oh, he's no. No.
Gonna run after you. That'd be pretty funny.
No.
Oh, what? What's that?
Why? What happened?
I tried slash killing all Pokemon and it didn't work. It just killed us instead of all the Pokemon.
I literally booped into you, and I was like, "Did I murder you by just booping into you?" What the?
No, I did.
Okay.
I did it dumb. I fixed this.
Okay.
Oh,
You murdered me.
ha ha ha
Ha ha
ha ha ha ha. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just here to cause chaos and mischief.
Yes, you are. Okay, great. Want to see all my Pokemon?
You should.
Okay. Wait. In my team, I got no.
I think I have too many Pokemon.
And then we got nine. Then we got eight. Blah. 4.
That's a scary team right there.
This one. A Slowpoke.
I'm being eaten by a Skarmory.
Oh.
Alright, there's your team, and here's my team.
For now. Yeah. I do like it. I need to upgrade this one. Yep. And you have a fucking badass team.
And then the big boy to finish it all off.
Yeah. What level is Big Boy?
50.
Oh,
He's
wow.
the strongest on my team. The rest are between 47 and 26.
I know between, what is it, 20? No. The Skarmory is still low. They're level 18. And Screamtail is now the highest with level 59.
Yeah, that's the strongest Pokemon out of all of us.
That's why I was like, thank you for the gift. This is awesome. Look, they're having a stare off. I think they're falling in love.
That's weird.
What? He's just very impressed. Don't judge them.
I'll do whatever
I
the
ship
heck I
it.
want.
I ship it.
Ooh.
I am gonna. Let me
We should try to find a wormhole and jump in it, you know?
Yeah, but then we have to be really lucky, no?
No. It just shows up once in a blue moon.
Maybe we could buy.
Hmm?
Okay, no, I'm trying to figure out. I am a little EPVP. I might
Well,
play
we could
for
do
a
it
little
tomorrow or
longer, but
something.
I am gonna check if I'm gonna raid out soon. But I'm trying to figure out. Oh, there's someone that I follow that's playing Minecraft. Where did it go?
They're not aggressive in this mod. Well, actually, no, they might be. I don't remember. Oh, my spine. Oh. Put me out of my misery, Muffin. Ah.
This is awesome. You said to me, you hint, yeah, how do you say that? Like you let me know about the Poke. This is why I'm getting
What?
this. Okay, no, never mind. I need to mute my Twitch. Okay, there we go. No, you hinted like you told me about that raid browser thing, and that's really awesome. You can like preview streams. You can see if the other person has followed to you, if they've raided into you, like if you're subscribed to each other, how long they've been up for, how long they are like scheduled to end, sort of like based on normal stream averages and predictions. Like that's like okay, stream is scheduled to end probably in like 3 hours and 20 minutes. Like that's awesome. Okay, wait. Keanu said like you get a lot of loot from a wormhole, but almost every Pokemon there is aggressive. Oh gosh. But yeah, that's normally how it goes, no? And we've just been running at Pokemon, but not really getting any aggressive ones. Okay, but the person there doesn't. I don't know. I don't know if I like the vibes. I don't think
I
the
got
vibes
people, but
match.
they're not entirely the same vibe or game, so. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're playing Minecraft, but it's really hyped. I don't know how do you say that.
High energy.
Yeah.
I got a person playing Hearthstone, but
Ooh. Do I know them?
Okay.
No.
probably not. They're a VTuber.
Well, that's fine. I was looking at other VTubers here. Oh.
Here, I'll send you their channel. And you can see for yourself or whatever. And
They just. What is it? Let me check. Let me check.
Okay, they're currently on an ad break. So, yeah. A little unfortunate timing, but
Oh no, they're not for me.
oh, I'm on an ad break.
Oh no, I don't have ad breaks. I have Twitch Turbo.
Oh, lucky you.
Okay, but this is yeah, like chill vibes.
Yeah, they're a cool person. I've been following them for like a year.
I'll get it. Yep. Okay, sounds good. Okay, what? Yeah, we still got a gift. Oh, you got a gift. Oh, that means the little gift behind your name. Got a gift from catching the tingling. Yeah, you still need to wait. There's still a countdown. We just got new Poke gifts from what was it? Let me screw up. You from Ripshot. Yeah, your last one. I don't see the timestamp, but that was not more than 20 minutes. But yeah. Okay, people, I am a little sleepy. We're getting a little too low energy, so yep. I am
there-
like I look like I
uh,
melted. Jesus. Oh,
The ad break is over in 15 minutes or 15 seconds. 15
okay,
minutes. That
good.
would be messed up.
Well, that's the thing. I recently had someone who's saying that they were stuck in an ad break for like 10 minutes plus or
Yeah.
something. I was like,
I
what
did
the
a
fuck?
glitch when I was watching another stream when I was watching somebody stream a while back, and I like glitched it to be an infinite loop of ads. I
Yeah,
literally
well,
couldn't
that
leave.
happened
It was like
lately, yeah.
I was like, I wonder when these ads are gonna be over after like half an hour of being on an ad, and I was like, huh.
Well, okay, I still look like I'm
Anyway.
melting today. So yeah, no, I'm gonna chill for a little bit still, but I'm gonna raid out. We'll be back tomorrow probably, and then maybe I gotta see like what the weather like. If it's way too hot, then I might just go swimming and take some rest. And then we'll be back on Thursday. But on Friday we will do like a bigger collab stream again. We will celebrate Reed's birthday. So I gotta post some info about that in the Discord. I will post like always like before streams or like at least like okay I will stream or no or something like that in Discord or before I go live 9 out of 10 times. I'm trying to. That's about it. I'm trying to. If you don't wanna, yeah, if you're not in the Discord yet and you want to be in the Discord, there is the Discord to join, and I'm gonna celebrate. Yum. If you wanna copy pasta raid messages, we have this one if you're a follower, and this one for subscribing. Boop boop boop. I still gotta change to bongo boop every time. Just gonna do pickup. It's fitting with Pixelmon now. We're gonna raid into a new person. So spread some love, behave, and say hello. And I hope you all get a good sleepies in and get some rest. If it's too hot, turn your fans on. Don't forget to hydrate. And I will see you very soon. So bye-bye. I look so melted. I feel like Jesus. Okay. Bye.
She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, come here baby, take a little seat. Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace. She loves